Hunger Bowl in San Francisco. They're playing in AT&T Park. That's the Giants' home with some 49er legends hanging around. Joe Montana.
That's Joe Montana?
Rice.
That's Jerry Rice? Who are those guys?
Ronnie Lott.
I heard of Ronnie Lott.
Oh, you hadn't heard of the other two? Illinois and UCLA coming up very quickly. A lot of transition here. We've got about 15 seconds. What do you expect to see in this one, Lou?
Well, I expect to see two different coaches when we're on the sideline. It's amazing, but I think that Illinois should win.
Nathan Shieldhouse running and throwing the football for Illinois should carry them to victory.
UCLA 6-7 on the season, trying to get back to 500. Kickoff from San Francisco right now.
You're watching ESPN's presentation of Capital One Bowl Week.
Happy New Year's Eve and welcome to San Francisco and AT&T Park, home to baseball's San Francisco Giants. Today playing host to a Pac-12 versus Big Ten battle in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Up the California coast come the UCLA Bruins and interim head coach Mike Johnson. And from Big Ten country, the Fighting Illini, led by their interim head coach Vic Koenig. Two teams in transition looking to end their seasons on a high note in the city by the bay. Like it always is in late December in the San Francisco Bay Area. Beautiful day, sunny skies, right? For the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, matching the Pac-12's UCLA Bruins with the Big Ten's Fighting Illini. And what an odd path these two teams have made to the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl here in San Francisco. At AT&T Park, home of the Giants, Illinois started the season 6-0, have lost 6 straight coming into this game, meaning it's the first time a team who's lost 6 straight games has played in a bowl game. UCLA, even though they played Oregon in the Pac-12 championship, 6-7 had to get a special waiver to make it to this bowl game. Both head coaches fired at the end of the regular season. And with that, we welcome you to AT&T Park in San Francisco. Happy New Year's Eve. Carter Blackburn with former All-Pac-10 quarterback Brock Heward. Shelley Smith joins us in a moment. And it has been strange paths to this bowl game, 2 different approaches to this bowl game.
Yeah, vastly different approaches. Vic Koenig in Illinois told us very clearly, hey, this game is about me, my staff, these kids, and we're in it to win. And from day one, all of their preparation was about UCLA, game planning for these Bruins. On the other side, head coach Mike Johnson said, I'm treating this opportunity as if I were here the next 4 years, a much more conventional route, the scrimmaging, back to fundamentals, getting the young kids to work. Well, we'll see what level of preparation pays the most dividends here this afternoon.
We'll see some terrific football players in this game. Perhaps none better than Illinois' defensive end, Whitney Mercer.
Pretty remarkable story. Just 2 sacks in his first 2 seasons in Champaign, and then the light bulb went on this year. A guy that's relentless. We also have a chance to see a college football record. He has 9 forced fumbles this season. 1 more sets that new FBS mark, and he's going to have to do it both in the run game and against the pass today with UCLA.
When the Bruins are dangerous, it's because they're running the football, something the UCLA is certainly capable of doing.
And they've got a nice tandem. Jonathan Franklin is their more explosive of the two. Derek Coleman, 11 touchdowns on the ground. He's the big banger. But Franklin's the guy to get outside, the burst, the speed. As running back coach Wayne Moses said, his best attributes, getting from first gear to second gear in a hurry. And he better do so today. This Illini defense is number 7 in America for a reason. They're very stout up front.
Saw the numbers for UCLA's season, but Shelley Smith, this past month has been a wild one in Westwood.
It has been a very tough holiday season for the Bruins. First, they lose to USC 50-0. Then they lose to Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Their head coach gets fired. Their new head coach blisters the seniors for observing a tradition of ditching a day of practice. Several players say their per diem checks were withheld because they did not go to voluntary practice during finals week. 3 players were suspended for grades, 1 for violating team rules. The players eventually got their checks, but this game has to be a relief and a release for the seniors, but also the underclassmen on both teams who are auditioning for their new head coaches, both of whom who are here today. Carter?
Well, Jim Moore, the new UCLA coach, he is here today, as is the new Illinois coach Tim Beckman, and Shelley will be visiting with both of those new head coaches throughout the day. Tim Johnson is the interim head coach for UCLA. Mike Johnson, the interim head coach for UCLA. trying to get the Pac-12 their first bowl win of this season. Illinois seeking wins in bowl games in back-to-back seasons for the first time in Illini football history.
It's been a wild ride for both of these interim coaches. I talked to a number of them pregame, and they said on the UCLA side, it's been frankly bizarre. And the one thing about coaching, it's a tough profession. They know that going in. It's very nomadic in nature, but this is what they love. This is why they endure some of the hardships, the constant moving, some of the consternation that have certainly been highlighted this month in Westwood. Playing these 60 minutes, it's what they do best. And they're really hoping on both sides for their seniors playing the final games of their career as they go out on a high note.
And if you've heard about a potential boycott of this game from some Illinois assistant coaches, we're happy to report that everybody is here. There was a contract dispute, and they're here. That's, of course, Joe Montana, the guys who honorary captains for this game. Played some pretty good football here in the Bay Area. Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I'd take our honorary captains in any bowl game.
Yeah, including the Super Bowl. There's Jerry Rice, son Jerry Rice Jr. is a wide receiver on the UCLA team. You see Jerry's dealing with the sun field that perhaps could come into play as early as this opening kickoff in what is traditionally left field here at AT&T Park. Derek Dipke kicks it off, and it's a touchback. And I think we have that sun field coming into play as Josh Smith experiencing what Barry Bonds called the difficult sun field and left. Take a look at our impact players.
Kevin Prince, the quarterback, has been bruised and battered his 3 years in Westwood. He does run the ball effectively out of their pistol. They're really looking for him to hit his shots down the field this afternoon. We just talked about Jonathan Franklin, model of consistency, 10 100-yard rush games, at his best outside using his speed. And Whitney Merciless, watch the Illini slide him up and down the line. Number 85, you won't miss him. They do that so he can feast on really favorable matchups.
85 at the bottom of the screen. UCLA blocks him well on the first run play, a pickup of a couple. Shuposani, the strong safety for Illinois, there on the stop. How different do you expect UCLA to be offensively in this game?
You're going to see it immediately in talking to their staff. They know they can't just line it up and run it against this group. This is one of the better front sevens in college football. They really stifled Wisconsin earlier this year, so they're going to go up tempo in nature today.
And there you see the front seven with an excellent push. Akeem Spence and Glenn Foster, the tackles inside there for Illinois. And despite the 6-game losing streak for Illinois, the defensive numbers are still terrific for this group.
Number 9 in America in sacks, led by Merciless. Buchanan as well has 6 this season. Number 5 in tackles for loss. Number 7 overall. Vic Coney knows what he's doing on that side of the ball. A large reason why Larry Fedora is bringing him to his staff there in North Carolina.
And hasn't officially been announced, but all expect Vic Koenig to go as the associate head coach, defensive coordinator to North Carolina. Koenig, the defensive coordinator, interim head coach for the game for Illinois. Prince looking long on 3rd down and 7. It is caught at midfield, and what a terrific grab by Shaq Evans, the sophomore from Inglewood. Just his 19th catch of the year, and it's a great one.
An awful lot of errors exactly right down the middle of the field. One of the challenges for the Illini is their secondary. Typically with a ball that has that much error, you want your safety to get into that reception point. Nixon Yeoman starting that safety position for the first time this year, unable to break it up.
30-yard pickup. Prince out of the pistol, handing off on 1st down. That's Jonathan Franklin, stopped by Jonathan Brown for no gain.
Watch 45 today, Brown. We could have easily highlighted him as the impact player as well. Merciless 19.5 tackles for loss. That weak side linebacker, 45. Brown has 19. That's just a remarkable level of production from 2 guys in your front seven that know how to get off blocks. And as Vic Coney said, as instinctive a player as he's ever coached.
The 2 tight end set for UCLA goes left for 2nd down. Call it 2nd and 9. Play action. Prince to throw, another deep ball on 2nd and long to the end zone, and it is incomplete, intended for Nelson Rosario. One of the players who Todd McShay has kept an eye on as a pro prospect. Drops what would have been a touchdown grab.
Over 1,000 yards this season for the Bruins. The first one, I think, had too much air. That was perfectly done. When you've got a big target, and Nelson's as big as any receiver at 6'5", 220 pounds, Prince puts the air up there. He expects his senior to make that play. And I think you're looking at why a guy only has 7 touchdowns in his career while being the 5th best receiver all time at UCLA. He's got to make that play.
Guy who has over 2,000 career receiving yards, but maybe you also see why Todd McShay says late round potential for Rosario, but with potential, some workouts and combines to move up. And right now, late round, and now a delay of game against UCLA. Zeros on the play clock before the snap.
Delay game, offense, penalties 5 yards, 3rd down.
Making it 3rd and extra long.
One of the challenges of playing in a new venue, Mike Johnson knows this, is just some of the mechanics. And this is not just a new venue, this is a baseball stadium, not a conventional football stadium. Kevin Prince has got to see that play clock after the long shot down the field. Get everybody lined up. You got to avoid 3rd and 14 when you're facing a merciless, the best sacker in college football.
So yeah, you see on the right side of your screen there, both teams are on the same sideline with the temporary bleachers and what would be right center field.
And here's game planning. You have the entire month. Look at Illini's front right now. No one with their hand down on the ground.
No flag? I guess not. Merciless looked like he moved, but the pass is deep and incomplete. Merciless was coming on pressure and got away with it, but didn't get to Kevin Prince anyway.
We talked about him moving up and down the line of scrimmage. He never gets set.
Moving up, down, and across the line of scrimmage, Brock.
And if they're going to allow him to do that this afternoon, he may well indeed break that all-time record. You read that right, 9 forced fumbles. UCLA defensively, the entire group, just 6 forced fumbles this year.
Good punt from Jeff Locke. Fair catch called for from Terry Hawthorne inside the 15. So let's look at the impact players when the Illini have the football.
Nathan Shieldhouse, a quarterback twice, the 2nd leading rusher for Illinois. Expect the ball in his hands a ton. They want to move the pocket. He's at his best when he can create. A.J. Jenkins is going to be Johnny Cash today. He's going to be everywhere, man. Outside, inside, running the ball, the most explosive Illini player offensively. And for the Bruins, Dayton Jones, their defensive end, he's very stout. He leads the team with just those 3 sacks, but he plays the run and the pass equally well.
Johnny Cash, huh? I think it's Lucky Star who made that song a hit. And I have something to say about that. Shieldhouse to throw on 1st down, incomplete, intended for A.J. Jenkins, the terrific wide out from Jacksonville, Florida, for the Illini.
Vic Koenig said very clearly at the end of the year he didn't recognize this offensive group. Felt like they quit, in his words, against the University of Minnesota to end the season in a really difficult loss. His charge during this period was to regain some confidence, really play to his kids' strengths. For Shieldhouse, that's the short pass, that's getting him outside the pocket. As I said earlier, lots of run from their quarterback today.
Malines goes in motion and takes the fly sweep back around the 5. Bruins were ready for it, and Malines is dropped for a loss. Illinois at the beginning of the year, as part of that 6-0 start, was getting production from the offense. That is amazing. Last 6 games, only 5 plays over 20 yards.
5 of those games to begin the year at home, and also the likes of Western Michigan, South Dakota State, Arkansas State, Indiana, not taking anything away from those programs, but when they faced the teeth of the Big Ten and went to Penn State and battled Ohio State and Wisconsin, you saw that big playability just evaporate.
Shieldhouse, the sophomore quarterback from Kansas City, back near the goal line on 3rd down and long. He scrambles and drops short of a 1st down, but makes it a little bit easier on his punter / wide receiver, Ryan Langford. You heard me right. The wide receiver Langford expected to do the punting today for Illinois.
And he's a rugby-style punter, which allows them many fake opportunities. So keep your eye on number 12 all day. I got to tell you, partner, right from the beginning, I think this is going to be a little different than that Alamo Bowl game we did Thursday night.
I'm still enjoying lozenges trying to recover from 67-56 on ESPN Radio, Alamo Bowl 2 nights ago. So here's Langford. And a good rugby-style kick, backing up Andrew Abbott, who bobbles it and now falls on it inside the 20. So an excellent rugby-style punt from Ryan Langford.
A great game Dad and I would play was Reconnaissance Expedition. I found something from every decade.
You rock.
That was the last conversation we ever had.
I'm in the World Trade Center.
Listen to me. You come home.
I absolutely love you.
After he died, I found this key in his closet. What was it Dad wanted me to find?
The clues, of course.
You should give it a whirl, Oscar. It might change the way you look at things.
Rated PG-13, now playing in select theaters. Starts everywhere January 20th.
It's your social network, all mixed together. With Galaxy Nexus by Samsung, now you can organize your contacts into circles, like you do in real life. So you can choose what people see and what they don't. And with the speed of Verizon 4G LTE, you can chat as a group in a Google Plus Hangout without missing a beat. Introducing the first phone built for Android 4.0, only at Verizon.
What I want this season, if you'd like to try and guess, it is something that special I readily confess. 'Cause all I want this season is something from your heart. La da da, la da da.
Thinking of others this holiday season. Travelers.
For breakfast, try our spicy chicken biscuit.
This January, take a trip to Portlandia.
Guess what?
You can only get there with IFC. Fred, Carrie,
I'm ready to go.
and friends are back.
By the way, I'm Gathy.
Kathy, nice to meet you.
It's Gathy with a G.
Portlandia, Fridays at 10, starts January 6th, only on IFC.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Hometown of the Grateful Dead, Allen Ginsberg and the San Francisco Giants. It's San Francisco, California. Scoreless between the Illini and UCLA, and it was a long, strange trip for the UCLA Bruins to get here to the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. 6-7. Became bowl eligible with that win over Colorado on November 19th, and then after the 50-0 loss to crosstown USC, Rick Neuheisel fired as UCLA head coach, but because USC was ineligible to play in the Pac-12 championship game because of NCAA sanction, UCLA played Oregon, got whipped 49-31 in that game, and then had to get a waiver from the NCAA to be able to play in a bowl game. Because the regular season had ended, it would have been 6-6, but they were the Pac-12 South representative in the Pac-12 championship game. Therefore, the loss, therefore 6-7, therefore they can become the first 6-8 team to play in a bowl game.
Unfortunately, a model of inconsistency this season.
So I guess now the task is to keep on trucking. Prince completes, third down coming. That was complete to the tight end for you.
The one nice thing about interim head coaches, they're going to tell you there's no coach speak. They're going to tell you very clearly what happened. And Mike Johnson felt like that inconsistency was because of the level of play, that they didn't bring it week in and week out. And you look at the blowout losses this year in the number of them compared to some really good wins. You beat ASU, you beat Cal, and then you just unfortunately throw up against some of the other opponents and just non-competitive. So the inconsistency in what he was hoping to get today was really a four-quarter effort where the kids play hard all afternoon.
Here's Prince on 3rd and 5. Pass off the hands and incomplete. Intended for Jordan James, so punt unit comes on. Mike Johnson, the interim head coach for UCLA, was the offensive coordinator this year. Spent the last couple years as quarterback coach and then offensive coordinator with the 49ers. You go back a few years to the Atlanta Falcons. When he was quarterback coach, Michael Vick was the quarterback, and the head coach was Jim Mora. Jim L. Mora, as in the new head coach of the UCLA Bruins. An interesting dynamic, shall we say. Because Jim Mora dismissed Mike Johnson there in Atlanta. Sharing the offices for now in Westwood. Scoreless so far in San Fran.
Whoa.
Right?
Get out.
I know.
Who
knew?
I mean,
exactly. Really?
That's what I mean.
What? Shut the front door.
Right?
Seriously.
No. Hello, sir.
Bingo.
Mahjong.
For reals.
Whoop, whoop.
Franklin Delano.
Hey, there's Oreo cream under that fudge. Oreo fudge creams. Indescribably good.
Dear NFL football, you inspire us to do some crazy things to both ourselves and our loved ones. But if a fan loving his team is crazy, then pass the Bud Light and call us crazy.
Bud Light, proud to be the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Here we go.
Looking good, dog.
I'm a taxpayer.
I'm a tax slayer.
The tax software I use does simple returns, business returns, and rental properties.
Mine does too.
Mine's quick and easy.
Mine too.
I got a deduction finder.
I do too.
Well, mine's only $79.95. Why is she laughing?
TaxSlayer.com supports our active duty military by providing a free tax return.
This year, I decided to spare no expense for our holiday dinner. So I hired renowned chef Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, come on! It's disgusting! And you, what are you doing? It's raw, you idiot! Is this your first day? Congratulations, it's your last. Get out of here!
At a time when it's easy to go overboard,
Happy holidays!
Acura invites you to be smarter and oversave during the Season of Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2012 Acura TSX for well-qualified customers.
ESPN College Football, the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, is brought to you by Kraft Foods. Kraft Foods and all its brands are a proud sponsor of the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Dove Men Plus Care. And Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go.
Illinois and UCLA hoping to close out odd 2011 football seasons. If you add up the former coaches, ones who have been fired, Ron Zook and Rick Neuheisel, the interim head coaches and the head coaches to be, you have 6 head coaches involved with these two football teams through the regular season, the bowl season, and when this one's done, the new head coaches step in. And again, we're going to hear from both Jim Mora and from Tim Beckman. Here later on. Nathan Shieldhouse running the football for 5 for Illinois. Mentioned a moment ago that the interim head coach for UCLA, Mike Johnson, was actually on the staff with the Atlanta Falcons with Jim Mora, the new head coach of the Bruins.
And they had a conversation here, and obviously you said earlier he was fired by Jim there in Atlanta, or let go, dismissed, and he will not be here on this staff. He actually interviewed for the Akron head coaching job over the last few weeks. Like a lot of these coaches, looking for that next opportunity.
Shieldhouse on 2nd down and 5, sliding underneath the pile to make it 3rd down and short. Made reference to the fact that some of the Illinois assistant coaches, because of a contract dispute, had actually talked about boycotting this game. They're here, they're coaching, everybody's coaching, but it just does point out how difficult how difficult it really is, not just for head coaches. Everyone knows what they're getting into, but it is a really tough time of year for a lot of folks, a lot of families, a lot of people involved in football. That's the reality of it, but it's a tough time. 3rd and 2, Shieldhouse under center, play action. Nathan Shieldhouse finds his tight end, complete, and a 1st down for the Illini. That's Eddie Volunas who makes the grab, moving the chains for Illinois.
Good look there at Vic Koenig, and he told me very explicitly on the field before the game it's going to be a lot of run. In fact, they lost their big fullback, kid by the name of Jay Prosh, to a staph infection. And I said in the open, they game planned for UCLA. They spent all 15 bowl practices putting in lots of new things in their offense. They were going to have a wishbone component with Prosh's injury. Now it's going to be run Shieldhouse out of the pocket. Lots of designed runs. It's what he does best. And then that short passing game to these tight ends and getting A.J. Jenkins the ball. The game plan pretty clear today.
Illinois' leading rusher, Jason Ford, academically ineligible, so the playbook is wide open. Case in point, Malines back to the quarterback, Shieldhouse, who was tripped from behind. Otherwise, it might have been a touchdown.
Really nice play there by Keenan Graham to keep his eyes open on that quarterback. And A.J. Jenkins, I told you, he's going to be in the slot, split end, flanker. He's going to be running the ball today and showing you a little versatility, throwing the ball. This play was set up. Look at the green grass in front of him. That may have been a touchdown had Keenan Graham not got a hold of him.
So 2nd down and short after the trick play. Shieldhouse out of the shotgun, firing. Intercepted. Off the hands of the Illinois receiver Davis and intercepted by Jordan Zumwalt, who's filling in for Patrick Larimore out with an injury. So off the hands of Davis and into the hands of the middle linebacker Jordan Zumwalt, who's mostly been on special teams this year for UCLA. Into the bowl game, and he has a pick.
You said earlier that left field, that's Barry Bonds' territory, that sun can be very difficult, and it sure looked like for the freshman there, Davis, that ball got on top of him in a hurry, in some ways really epitomizing Illinois and their offensive struggles. Some good plays, feeling good about themselves, moving into UCLA territory, and a really good play call by Jeff Brom, getting your freshman tight end into some space, loses the ball, and UCLA then capitalizes.
Illinois now -8 on the year in the turnover battle. Prince out of the pistol on first down. Pressured, and he'll take a sack at the 25-yard line. Onebole gets a sack. Wisdom Onebole. -8 in the last 6 games. That's how you have a 6-game losing streak after a 6-0 start.
Doesn't matter what level. At the NFL level, it's highlighted because those possessions become such a premium. At this level as well, you want to see teams at the end of the day that have struggled and lost. Many times that turnover ratio going the wrong way.
Merciless is going to get to the quarterback, Kevin Prince. Merciless leads the charge. Looked like the left tackle Downey was holding him anyway, but Merciless fights through it. And the nation's leader in sacks has another.
And this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Downey. He's a young kid, redshirt junior, but young in experience. This is his first start, his very first start of his collegiate career, and he's staring across the line from the nation's best sacker, who also slides in right now in the middle of that line in passing situations.
Bringing up third down and long. On the draw, Coleman, stiff arm. Coleman breaking tackles. Coleman chewing up the turf to get to the 34. Short of a first down, but a good run anyway for Derek Coleman. Jonathan Brown there on the stop.
And I like that call. When those Illini defenders in nickel situations are going to get all cute with their formation and stand everybody up and nickel blitz you, a draw, especially to your big banger, and that's what Coleman is at 240 pounds. Good call to get some yards back. Help set up one of the better punters in the FBS.
44 yards a punt for Jeff Locke. That is 12th in the FBS. This one backs up Terry Hawthorne. He'll let it bounce inside the 5 and now scoops it up. Hawthorne along the goal line. Manages to get it back to the 8. There's a flag down. Now, like Harry Carey used to say, can't beat fun at the old ballpark.
After the change of possession, illegal block at the back, number 19 receiving team. The penalty is half the distance from the spot of the foul, first down.
The Illini offense that has struggled is backed up all the way near the goal line.
The play went down. Bits and pieces.
Nobody's going to find us. Not here. We figure out what way is south, and we start walking.
What was that?
I thought wolves were scared of people. I'm not scared of anything. You'll free fall about 30 feet, but it's going to feel like 30,000.
Go!
The Gray. Rated R. Starts January 27th.
This year, we wanted to be the best carolers in the neighborhood, so I hired the incomparable Bette Midler.
Here I am singing loud how I love my life. Out of my way, I'm here to stay in a one-horse open sleigh. Olé!
At a time when it's easy to go overboard,
I thought that went very well.
Acura invites you to be smarter and oversave during the Season of Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2012 Acura MDX for well-qualified customers.
The All-State Sugar Bowl, Tuesday on ESPN.
Red Solo Cup.
Red Solo Cup, the latest good time hit from country superstar Toby Keith.
Let's have a party. I love you, Red Solo Cup.
Look for Red Solo Cup off of Toby's new album, Clancy's Tavern.
Proceed to party. proceed to party.
Toby Keith. Clancy's Tavern features Red Solo Cup and the #1 hit, Made in America. Available at all Target stores.
You never told me Autotrader.com had new cars. I'd love a new 2011. These are sweet, but what kind of deal can I get? Okay, just special offers.
Now compare brand spanking new cars and special offers.
That one.
So you can find the one new car your head and heart can agree on.
Whoa.
Autotrader.com, now the ultimate new car marketplace.
Turned up his game.
Riding along through San Francisco. Let's see. Pretty near City Lights bookstore, I believe. I believe. Scoreless between Illinois and UCLA here in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Carter Blackburn, Brock Heward, Shelley Smith from AT&T Ballpark, and it is a beautiful ballpark day, looking out on the bay for the fans who are on the ballpark side of things. Nathan Shieldhouse, sophomore QB for Illinois, backed up from the end zone. Shieldhouse just a couple yards. Nathan Shieldhouse, a sophomore from Kansas City. Father Nate Creer was a starting defensive back on the '85 Iowa team that went to the Rose Bowl, ranked number 10 in the country. So Nathan Shieldhouse grew up with Big Ten football. He knows exactly what it means, and he is a quarterback who's not afraid to take a hit.
And he's going to be sore after this afternoon because I expect him to carry it upwards of 20 times. Their leading rusher, Jason Ford, academically ineligible today.
Shieldhouse heaves that one down the sideline for Jenkins, incomplete. Step-for-step coverage there from Sheldon Price for UCLA.
Talked earlier about that turnover ratio and how important it is for teams and wins and losses. You look at Nathan Shieldhouse. He started now 25 games for the Illini. In those 25 games, he's won 13 times, 20 touchdowns to 4 picks, almost 70% completion rate. In those 12 losses, you see that dip down to 54%, 9 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. Ball security, making the right decisions, critical at that position.
Especially on 3rd and 12 from the end zone. So Shieldhouse is going to run it out. Shieldhouse has a first down, puts the shoulder down to get it to the 18, moving the chains for Illinois. The Illinois offense during the 6-game losing streak, only 17 first half points.
That comes from spotter extraordinaire Lane Zeben last night in our meeting. You're exactly right. Just problems all over the board. And you know what else is a problem? UCLA's 3rd down defense, 107th in America, almost 50%. So no surprise, Shieldhouse keeps that play alive and moves the chains.
Screen, near side, that's complete to Troy Pollard, and it is blown up by the Bruins. Glenn Love, the senior strong side linebacker, on the stop. All 17 of those points, I'm not sure if you can say all 17, came in 1 quarter.
Love does a nice job. The converted safeties had a difficult time in Westwood staying healthy. That time flying around, and that's exactly what Mike Johnson wants to see, is that effort on that side of the ball, I think, more than anywhere. Get those guys to play hard. There's an awful lot of talent. Jim Mora is inheriting some playmakers. Rick Neuheisel can recruit. You see top 20 classes here at UCLA over the last few years, but getting them to do it consistently, the real challenge.
5 wide receivers on 2nd down. Shieldhouse over the middle, incomplete. Intended for the dragging Spencer Harris to make it 3rd and long for Illinois again. They've already converted on 3rd and long once. But you made the point, Brock, about the talent on this UCLA team. I mean, the recruiting classes, including a guy who's barely seen the field this year, Owa Odigizua. He was the number 17 rated player in the class a couple years ago on the offensive side of the ball. Again, Malcolm Jones, he's hardly seen the field for UCLA, but Gatorade National Player of the Year. That's just an indicator of the talent level that is on the roster for the Bruins. Shieldhouse on 3rd and long, fires incomplete over the middle, knocked away by Tevin McDonald, the redshirt freshman safety from the famous McDonald safety family. Dad Tim, NFL safety, brother TJ, now at USC.
I asked Coach Johnson in our call this week, well, who are some of these young kids for Jim Moore that really have to emerge and step up? If they're going to get the program to the level they all want it down there at UCLA, and he highlighted McDonald. Special kid, good talent, a redshirt freshman and a freshman All-American this year by a number of publications. Jordan Zumwalt, some of the kids that you referred to there. The young defensive end as well, Odigizua. Those kids have the talent to do it. You just got to show up on a very consistent basis.
Langford, the wide receiver, punting. His first punt went for 62, and this one bounces at the 40. Another good one. Abbott will let this bounce. Down by Illinois. Well, Capital One Bowl week continues Monday afternoon. 4 games, including that interesting matchup on ESPNU, Ticket City Bowl. The Houston Cougar offense against the Penn State defense.
And that Houston Cougar offense, they really struggled against Southern Miss and playing a similar style where Penn State is so good with their front four. One of the better ones they've seen up there in the Happy Valley. Just look at the production there defensively, the points per game. And I really wonder about Houston from an emotion standpoint. Conference USA looking at their first BCS bowl bid if they could have beat Southern Miss. Instead, they don't. They're going to face a very difficult opponent, especially defensively.
Brent's flinging incomplete. Left it high for Rosario. That was Terry Hawthorne in coverage. Hawthorne, great All-American corner for Illinois.
But just about 6 foot tall and a good shot there via camera. The difference between Hawthorne and Rosario, exactly why they're going to take their shots this afternoon. They like that size matchup really against any of these Illini cornerbacks. Keep an eye on that.
Illinois shows pressure on second down. Bobble on the handoff. Prince ends up keeping it and picking up only 2. Third down again for UCLA. Going back a step to Terry Hawthorne, the corner for Illinois. He had his best game as a member of the Illini last year in the Texas Bowl against Baylor. Had 9 tackles against Robert Griffin III and the Bears.
Just a poor snap there by Maava, the redshirt senior center. A rocky start for both of these offenses here in San Francisco.
Rocky start for both of the offenses and rocky seasons for Illinois and UCLA. Rocky may be behind on the season. Prince takes a huge hit and the pass is incomplete, intended for Faria. The blitzing linebacker, Ashante Williams, levels Kevin Prince. And unfortunately for Kevin Prince, who has been so battered in his 3 years at UCLA, he takes another big shot.
And we talked about the game planning for Vic Koenig with all these extra practices, and you're seeing it in these nickel situations. Lots of different blitzes. They wash that offensive line down with the stunt and the shot to the ribs there. And let's remember this as well. They're without their backup, Richard Breho. He was suspended by Mike Johnson. They are redshirting their young phenom, Brett Hundley. And you were looking at a very dire quarterback situation coming into today. And you see Nick Chrisman, the redshirt junior, warming up. Darius Bell would be behind them. But the loss of Breho, unfortunately, really amplifies the magnitude of Prince here down on the field.
So Nick Chrisman, who has not thrown a pass this season for UCLA, the junior from Surfside, California. You also have Darius Bell available for more of a Wildcat look from UCLA. But the injuries, I mean, a mile long for Kevin Prince. Very unfortunate for this guy to go through all of this. This is all during his UCLA career.
That's right, and he missed his senior year of high school with a torn knee ligament as well. And frankly, a kid that's probably not fit perfectly for all of the pistol run game. You look at a Colin Kaepernick and what he did in that pistol at Nevada. That's what Rick Neuheisel was hoping to bring here. What a wonderful punt by Locke. The Prince has done and taken more of a beating, unfortunately, in 4 years.
Bruins pin the Illini. We check in with Robert Flores.
All right, Carter, an update between Vanderbilt and Cincinnati in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Vanderbilt scores first. Zach Stacy has the Commodores up 7-0. They finished with a record of 6-6 to finish the regular season. At the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Utah is leading Georgia Tech 10-7 at the half. And Texas A&M holds on to a double-digit lead to beat Northwestern 33-22 at the Meineke Car Care Bowl of Houston.
56-yard punt from UCLA and Jeff Locke pinning the Illini back. So an Illinois offense that has struggled mightily in the second half of the season, backed up from their own 1. Shieldhouse handing off to Donovan Young, the true freshman running back who's playing because Jason Ford, academically ineligible, the senior leading rusher for the Illini, who had 26 career touchdowns, isn't here in San Francisco. Neither is the fullback, Jay Prosh, the real foundation of this Illinois offense that struggled anyway. You take those two guys away, and you understand why right now Illinois is just struggling to move the football. A total of 41 yards of offense in the first quarter for the Illini. Shieldhouse from the end zone, fires complete. A.J. Jenkins to the 14 for a first down.
Moving the pocket, getting Shieldhouse out there in those run-pass opportunities. UCLA is not a group that blitzes defensively. In fact, they're not a group that gets after the passer. Just 13 sacks. UCLA's defense has less sacks than Whitney Merciless has on the other side now with 15.5. So Shieldhouse today has got to be patient. He's not going to see a ton of blitz. He's got to take his checkdowns and do what he's done here decently well in this first quarter when the opportunity allows itself. Use his legs and some of his quickness.
Just 3 completed passes for Shieldhouse. Make it 4. Out of the backfield, Donovan Young, but he is dropped quickly. Well, we are at AT&T Park, right? Chick-fil-A Bowl. Gene Chizik, the head coach at Auburn, undefeated in bowl games as a coach.
Sure is. Mississippi State as well, getting their 5th in a row last night.
Pollard on the stretch play on second down. It's going to be third down coming up for the Illini. We'll see if they try to snap this one before the end of the quarter. Shieldhouse from the shotgun. On third down and 4. Last play of the first quarter, Shieldhouse eludes the pressure, goes scrambling, takes a hit, and picks up the first down. So Illinois beginning a drive at their own goal line almost, trying to put points on the board. New Year's Eve, San Francisco, Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, scoreless.
It's the day that I have always dreamed of. When you call me the champ of the world.
Oscar Mayer Carving Board Turkey. You can't always have the perfect Thanksgiving every day, but you can have the perfect Thanksgiving sandwich. Carving Board Turkey, only from Oscar Mayer. Let's give thanks.
It doesn't get better than this.
Dale, next time by. 10-4. What are you doing down there?
Filing my tax return.
We don't have time for that.
I'm already done.
Do what the guys who know a little bit about speed and efficiency do. Log on to TaxSlayer.com.
TaxSlayer.com supports our active duty military by providing a free tax return.
Hi, just wanted to let you know that military personnel can pre-board at the gate.
Passengers and our uniformed military personnel to board at this time.
To those who put our country first, we're honored to do the same for you.
Financial advice is everywhere.
Real, objective investing help.
That's a little harder to find.
But here's what I know. TD Ameritrade doesn't manage mutual funds.
Or underwrite stocks and bonds. Or even publish their own research.
So guidance from TD Ameritrade isn't about their priorities. It's about mine.
Straightforward guidance. That's what makes TD Ameritrade different.
Trade commission-free for 60 days. Plus, get up to $600 when you open an account.
On my journey across America, I've learned that when you ask someone in Texas if they want big savings on car insurance, it's a bit like asking if they want a big hat. Excuse me. Or a big steak. Or big hair. I think we have our answer.
If I could separate what's real from what I've been dreaming, I could live to fight another day.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
This year, I decided to spare no expense for our holiday dinner. So I hired renowned chef Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, come on! It's disgusting! And you, what are you doing? It's raw, you idiot! Is this your first day? Congratulations, it's your last. Get out of here!
At a time when it's easy to go overboard,
Happy holidays!
Acura invites you to be smarter and oversave during the Season of Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2012 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
The Discover Orange Bowl, Wednesday on ESPN.
Scoreless ball game, moving to the top of the second here at AT&T Park. Down to the Giants dugout, Shelley Smith and Jim Mora.
Coach, you were upset at Senior Ditch Day. You've said you need to change the culture here at UCLA. How do you plan to do that?
Well, I think you just have to appeal to the leaders on your team that there's a right way to do things and there's a wrong way to do things. And I think that when you accept a scholarship to play at a university like UCLA, there's responsibilities that come with that. And one of those responsibilities is to go to practice. So that's where we'll start.
You brought in some very good recruiters. You yourself said it was tough passing that test, but what will your approach be to recruiting?
Attack it head on and take a big bite out of it every day. We're a little behind, obviously, just because of the circumstances, but you're right, I did hire some great recruiters, and I'm learning from them every day.
And the test was 30 questions. You couldn't miss 6.
I'll tell you what, I haven't been that nervous since the SATs. But I passed.
Awesome. Finally, what are you looking for today from the players you will inherit?
You know what? First of all, I'm here as a fan to support UCLA Bruins. And but as a coach, you know that the coach never leaves you, so you watch every play with a critical eye. I want to see guys that jump out at me, you know, either making big plays or maybe doing some things that I think they could do better. So I'm a fan first, but always a football coach.
All right. Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
And literally a fan, Jim Morris said he didn't want to be a distraction to interim head coach Mike Johnson and the current Bruins, so he didn't even want to step on the grass that this game is being played on. So that's why Shelley was visiting with Coach Moore right outside the Giants dugout. On second down, handoff to Donovan Young for Illinois, bringing up third down and about 7-yard lines. Jim Moore, a couple of head coaching stops in the NFL.
Got to know Jim pretty well, living up there in the Seattle area where he's made home. Accountability will be the word you will hear early and often down there at UCLA. It's also curious to look at the last 3 hires and that have now been fired. Bob Toledo, Carl Durrell, Rick Neuheisel. What resonates between those 3? They're all offensive-minded guys, and they're going a different direction in a Pac-12 where you can see Mike Leach hired, Rich Rodriguez hired, a very offensive-minded approach in the conference. And UCLA went after a very much defensive-minded coach who's going to preach accountability there in Westwood.
UCLA D trying to get a stop here on 3rd and 7. Shieldhouse pass caught. Darius Malines hauls it in across the 37. Getting back to that senior skip day, if you will, for UCLA, a quote-unquote tradition for the Bruins Jim Moore is trying to get rid of. What did you think about that situation where the seniors...
It's a 20-hour work week. You really don't have much time to get that work in. Kevin Prince, quarterback, said it best. He said, I hope it doesn't come back and bite us. And that will go away. Jim will not allow that. And he's going to surround himself with coaches and the staff that, tradition or not, you got to get your work in. And frankly, in talking to Mike Johnson before this game, he said very clearly that has to change here at UCLA. Remember, he came in just 1 year here under Rick Neuheisel. He was with the 49ers and Mike Singletary, 10 years in the NFL. And he came in for a one and done, and that's what he preached to me before the game. This culture here has to change. If they're going to compete with USC, in the Stanfords, and the elite teams in this conference, and the Oregons, you got to want to practice. You got to want to play this game. You got to love the contact, the physical toughness it requires to excel.
Shieldhouse gets a couple to bring up 3rd down. And that kind of sums it up right there that UCLA is now looking up at Stanford as elite teams in the Pac-10/12, and that's where a lot of the Bruin fans' frustration comes from. It seems to be a time where with USC sanctions ineligible for the postseason, there was an opportunity for the Bruins in Westwood.
12 of the last 13, Carter. 12 of the last 13 times USC has won that game. That won't cut it.
50-0, the last one. Pass complete near the 45 to A.J. Jenkins. Incomplete. Incomplete. Aaron Hester there in coverage. Jenkins thought he had it. It was going to be close as to whether it was a first down or not. Looked like Jenkins may have even been short. Jenkins goes Jim McEnroe on the head linesman.
It's a really nice job securing the catch. It sure looks like a reception to me as he puts the ball out after completing the whole reception. And yes, I can imagine this is going to be looked at by the booth.
I don't know who Jim McEnroe is, by the way.
Believe it was John.
Yeah, he's the guy making
came out so easily.
Yeah,
though.
Jim McEnroe's the guy making garlic fries here.
And he had Pat or John, not quite Jim, though.
He's about 77 miles away.
Sure looks like he secures that all the way through the reception, and at the end, and maybe a better look here, the body does cover it up. Sure looks like he catches that through the reception point and sticks it out as if trying to move the chains. Still going to be a 1.5 yards short, but it may have implications because remember, Ryan Langford, the rugby-style punter, Vic Koenig did say, got a number of fake punts that we have practiced and we've repped, getting ready for this one today.
So even if that is ruled a catch, and again, the ruling on the field was incomplete. If that is a catch, clearly Jenkins was short of the first down. This was a drive that started at the end of the first quarter all the way back inside the 1. So this is Illinois' best drive of the day to get across the 40-yard line, such as it were.
Tim, media.
This is already an 11-play drive for the Illini, and that helps explain why Illinois has had so much trouble putting points on the board when it takes you 11 plays to get across the 40.
The lack of big playability, it's A.J. Jenkins, and really that's about it. It's remarkable how much he's meant to this group. 53% of the yardage, the receiving yardage, comes from A.J. Jenkins. That leads by a long shot any other program, nearly 50% of the completions as well.
After further review, the receiver caught the ball at the 45-yard line. It will be placed there, 4th down.
So still 4th down, but with that catch, Illinois has more yards on this drive than they had in the game prior to this possession from inside the 1. So 4th down.
And I think Vic Koenig's calling his special teams group over here. Yep, and it looks like the starters are coming back on. He said very clearly, hey, I've already been fired here. I have nothing to lose. I'm going to cut it loose. And you're seeing here in the second quarter, sure looks like they're going to go for it now on a 4th and 1.5.
8 4th down conversions this year for the Illini. 8 out of 18. This is 4th and a long run from the 45 on the 12th play of this drive from the aisle. Shieldhouse hands off. Young is stuffed, and UCLA will get it at the Illinois 44-yard line.
I like the courage and your conviction to go for it, to roll your dice. Your defense has played really well. Put it in the hands of a freshman running back with a backup fullback. You can see anytime in short yardage and that tailback gets away from his fullback, you're going to be in trouble. And Mike Johnson knows as well, when his group defensively plays hard and gets after it, they can be pretty stout at the point of attack as they were on that 4th down run.
And that was Owa Odigizua, that outstanding young defensive end, leading the way on UCLA for 4th down and 1. So the Bruins take over with stellar field position from the Illinois 44, trying to be first on the board here in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. It is Kevin Prince back at quarterback for UCLA after taking the big shot. Pressured and leaves this one incomplete. He gets hit again by Jonathan Brown. We said from the get-go, Brock, that the Illinois front 7 can get after it.
Yeah, they're a really good group. In fact, 2 of their top 5 leading tacklers for the Illini play on that defensive line, and that doesn't even include Merciless with now 15.5 sacks. Hey, listen, UCLA feels like they have an advantage outside, and I think they do with these safeties and corners, some opportunities, but right now they're not even getting the chance to attack the back end of that defense because his front 7's been dominant.
4 straight incompletions for Kevin Prince. Only 2 for 8 passing on the day. Fly sweep, Jordan James, and he is dropped back in UCLA territory. Merciless leads the way on Jordan James along with Ashante Williams.
Look at the effort here for Merciless. He's done it as a pass rusher. He's also done it in the run game. That's the want to. That's Vic Koenig saying, I coached at Troy University with a guy by the name of DeMarcus Ware. And though Merciless is not the athlete that Ware is, they have the same want to. They want to win at everything, every sprint, every practice. He's the antithesis of the over-the-wall mentality. He brings it day in and day out.
First team Associated Press All-American, consensus All-American, winner of the Hendricks Award as the top defensive end in college football. Timeout UCLA, 3rd down and long coming for the Bruins.
It's a 403 horsepower, 6.2-liter V8. Nutcracker. The 2011 GMC Sierra. Now during the GMC holiday event, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus $500 bonus cash on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game. Hurry, our best offer of the year ends January 3rd.
Papa John's, NFL, the Super Bowl, there's no better combination.
Papa John's is giving you any large pizza with your choice of any toppings for just $11. Even specialties, only $11. Order now at papajohns.com.
There was a little bit of trepidation, not quite knowing what the next phase was going to be, because you've been, this is what you've been doing, working. And now you're talking about, well, I won't be, and I get the chance to spend more time with my wife and my kids. It's my world. That's my world.
How much did you pay for your new car?
What if you could find out what everyone else paid for the car you want before you bought a new car? Well, now you can. Introducing TrueCar.com, the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free new way to get a guaranteed low price on a new car. Log on to TrueCar.com. Choose the car you want. First, TrueCar.com shows you what others actually paid for the car you're looking for. Then TrueCar.com finds you an even better available price. In minutes, you'll have a TrueCar price protection certificate that you can print out. Take it to a TrueCar certified dealer near you where you can pick up your new car.
I saved $8,300 on TrueCar.com. TrueCar.com was free.
And we saved a heck of a lot of money.
Took 3 clicks and I knew exactly what I was going to pay for the car that I wanted to buy.
The research is done for you by TrueCar.com.
So log on to the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free way to buy a new car. That's TrueCar.com.
In the middle of the San Francisco Bay, what did Sean Connery say? The Rock is now a tourist attraction? Something like that, Brock?
Yeah, you did that very well. And it was Sean. You said Sean, right? Not Jim?
Yeah, it was Sean.
Gotcha.
Sean, yeah. Not Jim Connery. Sean Connery. Welcome back to Heward's Brock and New Year's Eve. The Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, scoreless between Illinois and UCLA, 11:29 to go. UCLA football 3rd and long coming out of the timeout. Kevin Prince, the often battered Kevin Prince, taking another big shot here, but back on the field. And Illinois will be dialing up the pressure. Prince complete, short of the first down. There's a penalty flag down for you, makes the grab. But again, flag down back at the line of scrimmage.
A better job there. That's, I think, going to be the hands to the face as you saw Maava with his helmet off. Better job there by UCLA of picking up that blitz. Illinois has thrown lots of wrinkles at him here. That's what happens when you game plan, as Vic Koenig said. Their preparation was different than many other bowl teams. They got their veterans the work, not particularly the young kids. And Mike Johnson's crew there finally picking up the blitz, something they didn't get done in the first 15 minutes.
During the loose ball, personal foul, 94 defense. The penalty is declined. The result of the play is a first down.
Watch the center here after the snap. That's Kai Maava, the hands of Akeem Spence to the headgear and fighting all the way through. Very easy call. for the crew, the officiating crew from the Sun Belt Conference.
I think we have it corrected on the field. First down and 10.
That's right. The reception there would not have moved the chains. Instead, the penalty does.
Because of the personal foul, that's first down UCLA. So to the 36. This drive began for UCLA when the Bruin defense got a stop on 4th down and 1 at the end of the longest drive of the day for Illinois when they got it all the way to the 45.
I said earlier, partner, this was not going to be the Alamo that we covered Thursday night.
If you were watching the Alamo Bowl or listening on ESPN radio saying, too many points, here's your answer. Here's your answer. Jonathan Franklin rumbling inside the 15 as we check in with Robert.
All right, Carter, Franklin with a long run there, and George Wynn with a long touchdown run in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Cincinnati and Vanderbilt. Bearcats share the Big East regular season title. Win a 69-yard touchdown run that ties it at 7 early in the second quarter in Memphis. Meantime, Hyundai Sun Bowl in El Paso, Georgia Tech and Utah tied at 10.
Pac-12 does not yet have a win in a bowl game. UCLA from the Pac-12, Utah now from the Pac-12, both competing right now. Coleman is dropped by Tavon Wilson there on first down for UCLA. A Bruin team who played for the Pac-12 title. They played for that Pac-12 title because USC ineligible because of NCAA sanctions. So the Bruins were 6-6 at the end of the regular season, lost to Oregon in the Pac-12 championship, had to get a waiver to play in a bowl game. So now trying to finish the year at 500. Illinois has lost 6 straight games heading into this bowl game. Prince to the end zone on second down. It is caught for a touchdown. Taylor Embry hauls it in for just the second touchdown of his senior year. There is a flag down on the field.
Big receivers at UCLA. Rosario, we talked earlier, goes 6'5". Embry and his dad's cheering somewhere. The head coach, John, there at Colorado. Taylor's 6'3" as well. Been very productive in his career at UCLA with 136 receptions. We've seen Prince a number of times this afternoon put some air on the ball, give those big receivers a chance in space to get it done. That's important. Your defense steps up, stops the Illini on a 4th and 1. You got to capitalize, and the third down conversion with the penalty helps.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, 45 defense. The 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. Result is a touchdown.
So the touchdown counts. Tyler Gonzalez on for the extra point try.
You're seeing one of the challenges of both teams on the same sidelines. Players running on and off the field. Got a long way to run for the Illini here in the far end zone.
It's one of the challenges. Tyler Gonzalez gets the PAT through. We'll say this about Kevin Prince. He's taken the hits, keeps on chugging for the UCLA Bruins, and he has a touchdown pass.
A lot of experience from Kevin Prince, 25 starts. He wants to end this year on a high note. Takes a blow there from Jonathan Brown, but the touchdown putting the Bruins up 7.
That's the way, I like it. That's the way, I like it.
Introducing Mio, a revolutionary liquid water enhancer. Add a little, add a lot, for a drink that's just the way you like it.
That's the way.
Make it yours. Make it Mio.
full-size room, and 36-mile-per-gallon highway of the LaCrosse with e-assist. Enjoy. To those who sacrificed one for the other, there's still time. During the Buick Holiday event, sign and drive this 2012 LaCrosse for $318 per month with nothing due at signing. Hurry, our best offer of the year ends January 3rd.
The world's most irresistible burrito with crunchy flamin' hot Fritos chips, premium seasoned beef, and nacho cheese sauce is back. And one is never enough. It's Taco Bell's 99-cent Beefy Crunch Burrito.
Like so many great pioneers before me, guided only by a dream, I'm embarking on a journey of epic proportion. I will travel from sea to shining sea, through amber waves of grain, and I won't stop until I've helped every driver in America save hundreds on car insurance. Well, I'm at the parking lot. That's a good start.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
ESPN College Football, the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, is brought to you by the new Capital One Cash Card for people who want 50% more cash. The GMC Sierra. Now during the GMC Holiday event, trade up to the best Sierra ever and get some of the best offers of the year. And Taco Bell. Think outside the box.
Named by at least one publication as possibly the most beautiful, certainly the most photographed bridge in the world. The Golden Gate Bridge.
A little walk and bike ride as well. And if you've ever ventured north, there is some beautiful country up there as well. On just a glorious day.
Have you? That's the Bay Bridge. And during our coverage of Stanford this year, David Shaw had a great story about rolling into luncheon before the big game, the Cal-Stanford game in San Francisco, across the Bay Bridge with Andrew Luck breaking down why he thought that the Bay Bridge doesn't get its proper due, why
architectural design major there at
architectural
Stanford.
design major, the way that the Bay Bridge is incorporated into a city. Ox kick taken at the 10. Well, that was from the penalty during the touchdown play. And speaking of Andrew Luck, David Shaw and the Stanford Cardinal, the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, ESPN 8:30 Eastern Time on Monday. Many are saying the best game of the bowl season.
A lot of folks circled the Alamo Bowl looking at that matchup and seeing the fireworks that could happen in San Antonio. It certainly did. And this one, from a matchup standpoint, the style, the power run game, the physical play of Andrew Luck and Stanford, 59% run versus Brandon Whedon, Justin Blackman, and throwing it all over the yard. That one is going to be a very good matchup.
Quarterback change for Illinois. Riley O'Toole, the true freshman. And on the reverse, this is A.J. Jenkins, the wide receiver, sprinting ahead to the 35-yard line for a first down. A.J. Jenkins picks up 16 on the reverse.
Tom McShay told us this week, a guy that really flashed early, big-time ability. Remember the former coordinator, Paul Petrino, saying that he played in Arkansas's offense, he would have been so productive. Instead, he's really the only guy. Does not have a lot of help around him, but as you see with his speed there on the end around the reverse, he does have the most explosive ability of any of the Illini.
Riley O'Toole, the true freshman quarterback, escaping pressure across the 35. Well, Jerry Rice, who did it better than anybody, I think we would all agree, with A.J. Jenkins before the game. Now, Jerry has a rooting interest in this game because his son, Jerry Rice Jr., on the UCLA sideline. Now, usually you would say on the UCLA sideline, same sideline today, right, but you get the point.
It had to be pretty cool for A.J. to see one of the best who ever has gotten it done, and for Jerry Rice Jr. to know as well, yeah, I see some of the old man, you know.
O'Toole fires nearly intercepted. Tevin McDonald, son of Tim McDonald, who was his coach at Edison High School in Fresno, California, NFL safety, All-American at USC.
And this was planned. If you're wondering why we're seeing O'Toole, it's not just because of the lack of points or production. Offensive coordinator Jeff Brom told us very clearly this week that O'Toole was going to get a series or two in the second quarter. He's the better thrower. Shieldhouse is more active. He's the runner. But they feel like O'Toole gives them a chance, the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Illinois last year, true freshman, to throw it down the field a bit.
O'Toole's going to heave this one downfield and incomplete. So the reverse gets Illinois a first down, but they go 3 straight plays and punt after that. Last Illinois drive, they were stopped on down, setting up the UCLA touchdown, and that 0 on the scoreboard in the first half, a familiar sight for Illinois fans. This offense that's struggled in the last 6, especially in the first half.
It's going to be a real challenge for Tim Beckman, the new man coming in to Illinois, to find an identity for that offensive group. That was something they really couldn't do over the last few years, unfortunately. Lots of different pieces and parcels to the offense, but no clear identity.
Langford rolling. Boy, Langford might have a future at this. Fair catch called for by Andrew Abbott. Langford with a 52-yard punt. He's the first Illinois football player to catch a punt and punt the football since 1969. Fun fact.
Sometimes it's the little things that make a big difference. A drop of coffee, a drop of paint, a vote, a volunteer. Before you know it, all those little things add up. Like your millions of votes and hundreds of volunteer hours. Thanks to you, they added up to 10 community center renovations and helped for over 100,000 people. Those little things made a big difference. What's next? Tell us on Facebook.
When you need money, you shouldn't just get it fast. You should also get it for free. That's why at H&R Block, you could get money that's both fast and free on an Emerald card. Just bring in your tax information and get a refund anticipation check in 7 to 14 days for up to $9,999. You pay nothing out of pocket. Hurry, this offer ends February 4th. Why pay for fast money when you can get it for free? Call 1-800-HR-BLOCK to make an appointment. H&R Block, never settle for less.
The Allstate BCS National Championship game, January 9th on ESPN.
Let's compare sports on Dish Network and DirecTV. DirecTV has every football game every Sunday. Plus, MLB Extra Innings, NASCAR Hot Pass, Universal Sports, Yes Network, MSG, SNY, Gold TV, and interactive mixed channels with bonus coverage of all of the golf and tennis majors. And Dish Network has none of these. The most sports programming. Another reason 30 million people agree. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
There it was, right there.
Chills down your spine.
This thing was big.
Is Bigfoot out there? This expert team of true believers fans out across America.
Sasquatches do exist.
And uncovers evidence.
These are the best prints I've seen in my life.
Of this elusive legend.
Was that you?
I do think there's a squatch in these woods.
Finding Bigfoot. New season, Sunday at 10, Channel 282. Only on Animal Planet.
As part of the week leading up to the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, both teams, both UCLA and Illinois, took their football teams to a local soup kitchen. UCLA, Glide Memorial United Methodist Church, Illinois to the St. Anthony Foundation to help feed the needy here in San Francisco and the Bay Area. Part of the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl week activities around, and thanks to Kraft for heading up that effort and making the fight against hunger part of the college football season. Happy New Year's Eve. From San Francisco, the score in the football game, UCLA 7, Illinois nothing. UCLA football with Kevin Prince at quarterback, turning and handing off to Jonathan Franklin, the junior from Dorsey High School, the 9th all-time leading rusher at UCLA.
And Ian Thomas is having a really good afternoon. They're unable in this pistol system to get a helmet on him, and they felt like that was really important. And you hear offensive line coaches talk about target. I got to target this guy. I got to make sure I account for him. And right now, Ian Thomas, Jonathan Brown, we saw the sack earlier for Merciless. They're doing a nice job, a step ahead of many of those offensive players coming their way.
On 2nd and 15, Prince is going to keep it back near the goal line, needing a block. He's not going to get it. Terry Hawthorne drops it back at the 2, and Illinois' defense is eating up UCLA.
We talked about the effort earlier for Merciless. Vic Koning comparing the effort to a DeMarcus Ware, a guy that Koning coached at Troy. and the want to on every single play, and that's what the NFL scouts love. That's why he's climbed the draft boards. A guy that was not in anybody's conversation or NFL radar coming into this season. His previous 2 years, just 2 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. This year, we'll add that to the list as well. Over 15.5 sacks, and it's because of the want to in that engine that just never slows down.
Draw from the end zone. Jordan James gets back to the line of scrimmage, so a punt coming for UCLA. That's Jonathan Brown, the sophomore from Memphis Christian Brothers, leading the way for the Illini. Getting back to Whitney Merciless, that outstanding defensive end. Won the Hendricks Award. That goes to the top defensive end in college football. Told me that when you get a sack, when you get home on the quarterback, it's like taking a sip of your favorite drink. That's what Whitney told me. I presume he means chamomile tea. And Whitney Merciless has certainly had that good feeling throughout this year. Watch the nation with 14.5 sacks.
Watch him use his hands. And he's picking on a first-time starter in Brett Downey. You look at the quickness as well. He's beating UCLA to the punch, and you're having that kind of effect. Well, you can start to figure you're going to get 2 and sometimes even 3 Bruin offensive linemen coming your way.
Merciless grew up in Akron, Ohio, went to Garfield High School, says he's still a LeBron James fan, in spite of everything. Still pulls for LeBron. He's actually a Colts fan, too. Says he's sticking with the Colts even through this long season. Now 15.5 sacks to lead the nation. Shieldhouse handing off on the draw to Troy Pollard. Nothing doing again for the Illinois offense. It's Nathan Shieldhouse back at quarterback for Illinois after Riley O'Toole had his 1 series at the beginning of the second quarter. Illinois obviously 0 points on the board. 100 yards of total offense. That's actually more than UCLA, even though the Bruins had the lead.
Time to take a shot. I know that's not Shieldhouse's game. He's much more of a short to intermediate passer, but right now UCLA is just downhill in nature on this offense.
A.J. Jenkins at the top of your screen if you're thinking long ball shot for Illinois. Instead, Donovan Young out of the backfield. Young tries to bounce it outside, finds the sideline. Gets the corner to make it 3rd down and short. Gain of about 9 for the true freshman Donovan Young, playing because Jason Ford, leading rusher for the Illini, academically ineligible.
And if it was 4 down territory at your own 45-yard line, I'm going to guess for Vic Koenig here, he's in the ear of Jeff Brom, his offensive coordinator, telling him, hey, you got 2 downs, even though they've got a very good kicker. Derek Dimke, 8 of 9 this season, 37 of 43 in his career. I think he got 2 downs to get a yard and keep it in Shieldhouse's hands.
Jenkins in motion on 3rd and 1. Shieldhouse eludes the pressure. And now heaves it downfield, incomplete. Keenan Graham bringing the pressure again on Nathan Shieldhouse. We'll see if it's 4 down territory for the Illini.
That's a smart, heady play from Shieldhouse to avoid the sack and at least make it in question here for Vic Koenig. Really good effort from UCLA today. You wondered about their crew. And Jim Mora not yet on campus. We've called Keenan Graham's name a number of times. He chased down Shieldhouse on that double pass. And it does look like they're going to go for it.
9 seconds on the play clock, 7 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to burn a timeout. You don't, in these situations, at any time, want to be discombobulated. Take the timeout and think it over.
4th down and 1 for Illinois when we come back to San Fran.
How you doing? My name's Steve. My family's lived in this neighborhood for years. Recently, things got so tight, we had to go to our local food bank for help. I lost a lot of sleep worrying about what the neighbors might think. That is until I saw them there, too. How'd I do, Steve?
A little stiff. You could have done a little better.
What? Come on. You know, I have an Academy Award.
Yeah, but not for playing me.
Play a role in ending hunger. Visit feedingamerica.org/hunger and find your local food bank.
Luck. I don't trade on luck. I trade on fundamentals.
Analysis. Information.
I trade on Trade Architect. This is web-based trading revisualized.
Streaming real-time quotes.
Earnings analysis.
Probability analysis.
That's what opportunity looks like.
It's all visual.
Intuitive.
And it's available free.
Wherever the web is.
This is how trade strategies are built.
Trade architect, only from TD Ameritrade. Welcome to Better.
Trade commission free for 60 days when you open an account.
Like so many great pioneers before me, guided only by a dream, I'm embarking on a journey of epic proportion. I will travel from sea to shining sea, through amber waves of grain, and I won't stop until I've helped every driver in America save hundreds on car insurance. Well, I'm at the parking lot. That's a good start.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Like the Ponderosa Pines, Coors Banquet beer is rooted firmly up here in the Rockies, unwavering and standing proud. Since 1873, we've brewed legendary Banquet our way, using only Rocky Mountain water and the best high country barley. It's an uncompromising stance, but if you're cut from the same timber, maybe it's the beer for you. Coors, the Banquet beer.
It's a 403 horsepower, 6.2-liter V8. Nutcracker. The 2011 GMC Sierra. Now during the GMC holiday event, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus $500 bonus cash on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game. Hurry, our best offer of the year ends January 3rd.
Derek Dimke has made every kick this year except for one. Made 11 of his last 12 kicks on 4th down and 1. Derek Dimke and the kicking unit on. Pre-game, those guys who usually hang out in McCovey Cove looking for home run balls. They missed an opportunity to get a special souvenir as Dimke punches that one over the right field wall. So I'm not sure if it is reflected in the count of these splash hits, but there's a football somewhere at the bottom of McCovey Cove in the San Francisco Bay. 41-yard kick coming from the senior Derek Dimke. Or is it? UCLA was ready. Dimke is dropped. And on the fake kick, Bruins get the football back.
And I think that reaction from interim head coach Vic Koenig says it all. The chuckle there. It's been a problem getting points on the board in the first half. You alluded to it earlier, just 17 points in the last 6 games in the first half. Trying to be cute last time without your fullback and your battering ram running back. You got stuffed on a 4th and 1 that led to UCLA's 7 points. And that time UCLA, whether they practiced their young kids and scrimmaged them, unlike Koenig, who spent this entire bowl preparation getting ready for UCLA, well, that field goal unit defensively was ready for that fake. No chance.
So UCLA trying to score a touchdown off a 4th down stop like they did to get the points on the board earlier. Prince eluding the pressure, slipping and falling as we check in with Robert Flores.
All right, Carter, check out what happened in the Hyundai Sun Bowl between Georgia Tech and Utah. Game tied at 10 of the 3rd quarter. Yellow Jackets Tevin Washington to Stephen Hill. Then ensuing possession, John Hayes throws a good pass. Good and terrible. Intercepted by Clayshawn Neely. He goes 75 yards the other way. And Georgia Tech, 14 unanswered points. Good for a 24-10 lead late 3rd quarter in El Paso.
Well, that means that the Pac-12 may be hanging its hat on UCLA right now. The conference is winless in bowl games. UCLA is 7-0 on Illinois right now in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, with Georgia Tech looking like they're going to run to a victory in El Paso. So, Brock, an inauspicious start to the bowl season for the Pac-12.
And Washington offensively was really good Thursday night. Defensively, not so good. In fact, leading, unfortunately, to the firing of that entire defensive staff there for Steve Sarkisian and close friend Nick Holt. California, the 5 turnovers. Texas wasn't phenomenal. They got a ways to go offensively, but not getting it done here early. Stanford and Oregon may have something to say about it at the end of the bowl season with very large BCS games.
Texas put 49 on this UCLA team. Prince's pass is caught by Florio, who tap dances across the first down line to move the chains for UCLA.
Fourier is an intriguing prospect. The name sounds familiar. It should. Christian Fourier, his uncle, works with us here at ESPN. 13-year NFL veteran and tight end. Built a little bit differently. Joseph is every bit of 6'8". He's also the second leading receiver this year for the Bruins, leading them with 6 touchdown receptions. There's not a taller tight end in college football.
Not even Levine Toilolo. Out of the pistol, Jonathan Franklin, the junior tailback. Picks up 5, maybe 6, bobble, but Franklin manages to hang on. Well, we said from the get-go, Brock, when UCLA runs the football, they can be a dangerous team. That's how they got to 6 wins. That's how they got to play in the Pac-12 title game. Clearly the character of this offense.
It'll be interesting to see what Jim Mora does moving forward. You can look at the hiring he made of Noel Mazzone from Arizona State. That tells you a little bit that this pistol is going to go away, that they're going to get back to throwing it. They're going to be very diverse. That's what Jim Mora wanted. He did said, I don't want a label on my offense. I don't want anybody to say West Coast system or spread system. A lot of concepts. And oh, wow.
That may sum it up. That ball's still loose. Illinois looks like they have it. Well, no matter what you call it, pistol spread, that one's just a gap. Whew, all the way back at the 30. Bruins shaking their heads.
And that's Anthony Barr on the fly sweep motion. You got to make sure you time it up. He interferes there with the snap and the timing of it, but look at the effort of Merciless. Looking like Matt Reynolds from BYU yesterday with the big block. The helmet off, he doesn't care. He's going to continue to pursue.
So now can Illinois take the short field and put points on the board? Finally, Nathan Shieldhouse with 2:19 to go in the half. Shieldhouse on the draw, straight ahead. Shieldhouse gets about 4 before Jordan Zumwalt makes the stop. Illinois, who has only 17 first half points. That's not average. 17 first half points in the last 6 games. All losses, 6-game losing streak. Those 17 points came in the second quarter against Wisconsin. Shieldhouse handing off. Donovan Young straight ahead. First down into the red zone. Inside the UCLA 20. Off of the UCLA turnover.
And plenty of time here. Minute 43. You still have 2 timeouts. I'd like to see Shieldhouse out of this pocket. Give him some run-pass option where he's at his best.
Young again to about the 15. So Illinois tries to go downhill. Eric Kendricks on the stop there against the freshman running back Young.
And we know that this game plan coming into this afternoon calls for a lot of A.J. Jenkins. Keep an eye on number 8. They felt like there was a matchup advantage. He's at the bottom of your screen here. They felt like against the boundary corner, they wanted to take their shots.
Shieldhouse flings it the opposite way. Ryan Langford inside the 5. Minute 5 left. First and goal, Illinois, trying to even the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl here in San Fran.
Just a mirror route concept, a lot of cushion to the field there. Shieldhouse gets it out on time. That's where he's at his best in the short passing game.
Illinois goes hurry up in the red zone. Shieldhouse keeper on first and goal. Picks up about 3 more. Make it second and goal from about the 2. Stan McKay on the tackle for UCLA.
And smart football here. Good clock management for interim offensive coordinator Jeff Brom as well. Good shot of Vic Koenig. Utilize and take down, use this whole clock here to end the first half.
Shieldhouse looks to throw. Now he's going to tuck it. Maybe half a yard. Third and goal coming. 30 seconds, 29, and there's a timeout from Vic Koenig. 1 remaining for Illinois. 28 seconds left in the half. A chance for us to check in with Reese Davis.
Carter, Brock, Happy New Year. Coming up on the H&R Block halftime report, Texas A&M found a way to finish the game against Northwestern and keep the Cats' bowl futility going. We'll also check in on what's going on in Memphis, Cincinnati, and Vanderbilt as the Commodores are giving a tussle to the Big East co-champions. And Mark May, Lou Holtz will join me to look ahead to the Chick-fil-A Bowl, Virginia and Auburn. It's all coming up in a matter of seconds.
The Honorable Reese Davis on the bench for the H&R Block halftime report coming up at the half.
Talk about the challenge of interim head coaches to fill in. It's also a challenge when you lose your key personnel. Jay Prosh, look at that guy. He is their battering ram fullback. Has set all the weightlifting records for the Illini. Had knee surgery, got a staph infection. They had to clean out that staph infection in the knee. I remember talking to Paul Petrino this season. And the offensive coordinator who's joined his brother Bobby there at Arkansas, and Paul said, we're a physical team, we want to run it. We got the big fullback, got the 240-pound running back Jason Ford, who's also not on this trip. So you see a challenge in identity, handicapping him here in these short yardage situations.
Another timeout from, this one's from UCLA.
Timeout is charged to UCLA. They have
So
one
28 seconds, and UCLA takes its second timeout. Chick-fil-A Bowl tonight continues Capital One Bowl week with Virginia versus Auburn. University of Virginia giving Mike London an extension after a terrific season for the Wahoos, hoping to wrap it up tonight in Atlanta.
Gene Chizik with Gus Malzahn moving on to Arkansas State. And you just mentioned the 5-year deal. I really like Mike London a lot. I liked what he did at Richmond, leading the Spiders to an FCS national championship just a couple years ago. That 5-year extension, I think, reflective of the momentum of the program, really moving forward. And to me, that's a sleeping giant. There is a wonderful recruiting bed. That's an excellent academic school. Lots of opportunity for Mike London at Virginia.
Out of the UCLA timeout, 3rd and goal for Nathan Shieldhouse and the Illinois offense. Jenkins at the bottom of your screen. Shieldhouse. Jenkins is covered, so Shieldhouse all the way back at the 30-yard line. Glenn Love takes down Nathan Shieldhouse and nearly takes down an official with him. So timeout Illinois, 17 seconds left. Shieldhouse from the 3 all the way back near the 30s when he's finally brought down, but because of forward progress, the 18.
Catastrophic. As a kid that started 25 games, you know at the 1-yard line, throw it away. You're athletic enough, you're outside the pocket, you must avoid that sack. Vic Coney knows it as well. Just cannot happen. That just cannot happen for you as an offensive unit. You've got to find a way to get rid of the ball and avoid the sack. And a sack, by the way, that's just the 14th for UCLA this entire season. 112th in America coming into today. That's unfortunate for the Illini.
Do we give the referee, Jeff Hillier, half a sack on that one? Clock is rolling here as the ball is marked ready for play. Dipke lining up 2 seconds, 1 second. Now there's the Illinois timeout. I thought Illinois had called a timeout prior to that. They had not. Now Illinois has to use that last timeout with 1 second. Whew.
Okay, well, we're not going to.
When you hit the quarterback, that's a great feeling. But actually, solving a math problem gives me a bigger buzz. Even if the process is very strenuous, just the satisfaction at the end that you found the answer was just always something I liked. The hardest aspect is proofs, when you have to explain why something exists instead of just assuming it exists. UCLA's math program is no cakewalk, but at the end, there's a great reward.
Vic Koenig, the defensive coordinator, interim head coach at Illinois, was the head coach at Wyoming from 2000 to 2002.
Oh, you got to bring that up.
All 5 of those wins were memorable.
He laughed at himself.
Absolutely, very self-effacing. Enjoyed our conversation with Vic earlier this week. 36-yard kick coming from Derek Dipke. And Dipke's kick is good, barely good. Sneaking in to get Illinois on the board. UCLA 7, Illinois 3. Dipke hits the kick. Illinois manages to get that timeout in. Coach Koenig has a smile at the half. It's UCLA 7, Illinois 3. Illini will get the football to begin the second half. UCLA 7, Illinois 3 at the half in San Francisco. We'll send you the Reese in the Game for the H&R Block halftime report after these messages.
Blue 22, fight!
Welcome to the H&R Block Halftime Report.
And let us be among the first to wish you a happy new year. Glad to have you with us here in the H&R Block Halftime Report. Illinois and UCLA Bruins with a 7-3 lead at the break. Reese Davis, Lou Holtz, and Mark May alongside. Earlier today, the Meineke Car Care Bowl, Texas A&M taking on Northwestern. Texas A&M, of course, playing through a transition period after the firing of Mike Sherman and the death of Joseph Villavicencio, who was killed in a car accident 2 days before Christmas. Danny Baker, an offensive tackle, wearing Villavicencio's number and greeting Villavicencio's father and sister, who were in attendance in the game. Both Northwestern and Texas A&M wearing decals on their helmets to honor Joseph. Northwestern down 3-0 in the second. Benrick Mark took the pitch from Persa. Cats up 7-3. Aggies all beat up in the backfield. Ben Molina, the youngster, getting a chance. He puts the Aggies back on top 10-3. And then Ryan Tannehill, who's got a really good pro future, I think. Hasn't played a lot of quarterback last year and a half, and finds Jeff Fuller.
Just as easy as you'd like it. Just take your drop back, throw the ball out there, and let your wide receiver come down with a perfect pass.
And then Lou, Ben Molina.
Well, he goes right up to the middle for 19 yards, makes it 27-7. Northwestern's got him just where they want.
You know, Texas A&M lost 6 games in the regular season. 5 of those games, they had a double-figure lead in the second half, and here come the Cats. Kane Coulter, raising Kane and raising Northwestern. Finds Tim Riley, and it's a 30-22 game. But Tannehill, aggressive with an 8-point lead, and Fuller, Texas A&M's all-time leading receiver, makes a fantastic catch. And Texas A&M wins at 33-22. It's still been since 1949 since the Cats won a bowl game. They tied Notre Dame for the longest losing streak in bowl history with 9 straight. Ouch. Georgia Tech and Utah in the Sun Bowl. There goes Preston Lyons, Lou.
Oh, just a nice play up there. Georgia Tech's a very explosive football team.
Tevin Washington, Mark, hit his first 6 passes. This is a beautiful one to Stephen Hill.
Terrific fake on the play action. And right here, a perfect pass at the back of the end zone. What a nice throw, but even a better catch by Stephen Hill.
It has not been a good start in the bowl season for the Pac-12. Utah playing the Pac-12 as a bowl team from the Pac-12 for the first time. John Hayes, pick 6 by Quayshawn Neely, 75 yards. Paul Johnson's team now into the fourth quarter with a 14-point lead. They are the 3rd leading rushing team in the country. AutoZone Liberty Bowl, pick it up tied at 7. Cincinnati and Vanderbilt. Zach Collaros firing into the end zone for the touchdown. And Cincinnati, Big East co-champions with a 14-7 lead over Vanderbilt right now. When you look at this, what do you make of the fact that you try to evaluate conferences? You have a Big East co-champion against an 8th, 9th, 10th place team from the SEC.
Well, the thing is, obviously, we know the SEC is the toughest conference out there, but it's a good comparison for Cincinnati to find out exactly how good they are. And the return of Zach Collaros, I think, really helps the Cincinnati football team.
Yeah, but they also lost 2 games in the Big East Conference. In addition to that, the latter half of the year, once they win with Rogers, Vanderbilt is a very good football team.
Jordan Rogers, Aaron Rodgers' younger brother, has sort of given a lot of energy to that Commodore offense. Taylor Embry, you want him on that wall, but not over that wall, Jim Mora. But he did score a touchdown, 7-3 UCLA.
This halftime report is presented by H&R Block. Never settle for less.
I can tell you about Detroit. It's not what it used to be, unfortunately.
It's tough, you know, and I actually had to move back in with my parents.
And I heard about Second Look on the radio.
They look at your taxes from last year and see if they can get you more money back.
Any money back from the government would help right now.
Ready for the results?
$1,135.
$2,560. $8,600.
It's
H&R Block.
You said you'd get me on the field.
I did get you on the field.
You are Brian Arakpo, all-pro linebacker. Surely you could do better than this.
Come on, sunshine. It's game time. Squad's waiting.
This is embarrassing, Brian. They've got me on the bottom of the pyramid.
You know what else is embarrassing? Paying too much for car insurance. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Dear NFL football, do you know what love is? Love is turning your pickup truck into a pirate ship. Love is cold Bud Light on a crisp afternoon. It's turning a parking space into a party space. Love is loving that every Sunday is our Sunday.
Bud Light, proud to be the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Here we go.
Because love is a beautiful thing.
The NCAA and DonorsChoose.org are working together to put academic and athletic supplies back into our schools. And you can join the NCAA in supporting the needs of teachers' projects. From athletics to academics, find out how you can help future student athletes at ncaa.org/fundthefuture.
You a world-class smuggler. You a Houdini, man.
I got 2 kids now. My cowboy days are over.
You can't just walk away. You think you're the only guy with a gun?
We're going to war.
Say goodbye to your wife. Blood in the air, leave blood on the ground.
I'm coming. I'm coming for you. Mark Wahlberg, Contraband. Rated R. January 13th.
Check it.
Oh, no.
Need a better battery? Get the one preferred by Autotex 5-to-1 over any other. Interstate batteries. Outrageously dependable.
You're watching the H&R Block Halftime Report.
Limits inspire the limitless. Levi LaValle, redefining redemption. Robbie Madison, flying 400 feet. Red Bull, new year, no limits.
Red Bull, New Year, no limits tonight, 11 o'clock Eastern Time, immediately following the Chick-fil-A Bowl. And to whet your appetite for distance jumping, halftime of the Chick-fil-A Bowl, Lou tries to take a segue over the salad bar in the cafeteria. Virginia and Auburn will try to hop over each other in the Chick-fil-A Bowl in Atlanta, 7:30 Eastern Time. Nobody's been able to jump over Gene Chizik in a bowl game. Old Chiz, 6-0 as an assistant coach and 2-0 as a head coach in bowl games, including the national championship win against Oregon last year in Arizona. But this Virginia team comes in riding some momentum despite the loss to Virginia Tech late. Mike London has a contract extension, and the Cavaliers have a really good offensive line to protect their passer.
They've been outstanding the entire season long. They've been the ACC's best at protecting a quarterback, giving up just 15 sacks. But they have to rebound because against Virginia Tech, they gave up 4 sacks. But against Auburn, they should be just fine. Michael Rocco, their quarterback, does a terrific job of getting the ball to his receiver, Chris Bird. Not only that, dumping it off to Perry Jones, the running back. But they do a spectacular job of not only protecting their quarterback, but getting to the second level, making sure once the receiver catches the ball, getting blocks down the field to play. Very athletic offensive line.
This is one of my favorite bowls. I've been to a lot of bowls, but I want to tell you why it's so great. It's the last game of the year. It's played on New Year's Eve. When it's over, win, lose, or draw, you're excited. That happened last year. Let's move on. But I tell you why else it's going to be exciting. Auburn could be the first defending national champion to lose 6 football games since 1943 when Ohio State did it. 1943, they had the draft. The team you had in 43, you didn't always have in 44, et cetera. So it should be exciting. Plus, both coordinators at Auburn are going elsewhere.
Ted Roof going to UCF as the defensive coordinator there. Yeah. Gus Malzahn, the head coach at Arkansas State. Do you expect Auburn to play inspired in Gus Malzahn's last game, trying to put up some serious numbers for Gus on the way out?
I think they will. I think they've got a lot of respect for him. A lot of those players were recruited by him, and a lot of those players wanted to play for him, and they played well for him. Obviously, some of those players won a national championship with Gus Malzahn calling those football players.
Yeah, but rather than being inspired, it'd been nicer to have Michael Dyer, who's gained 1,000 yards the last 2 years and is not going to be playing this game. That will hurt him as much as anything. And, you know, last year, as well as Auburn ran the football, this year their running game's been non-existent. You look at every offensive statistic from last year, this year, straight downhill.
Just one guy's missing off that Auburn team. I just don't know what his name is. Cam something.
Yeah, when two's back there, it's different. It just is. You're seeing that with the Carolina Panthers, too. A lot of questions about Michael Dyer's long-term future at Auburn, too, that will be addressed over the next few weeks.
This halftime report is presented by H&R Block. Never settle for less.
You're gonna have the hottest car on the block.
Show me the Carfax.
Yeah, show me the Carfax. Yeah, we ran out.
Before you buy a used car, get a Carfax report. Ask your dealer or go to Carfax.com. Just say, show me the Carfax.
Capital One presents Flashback Images. 2002. Michigan never found an answer for Tennessee's passing game as Casey Clausen threw for 393 yards in the Vols' 45-17 win.
This one's Witten.
A 64-yard catch and run from Jason Witten led to 21 unanswered second-half points, sealing the fate of the Wolverines. For more great images, tune into the Capital One Bowl on ESPN.
40 years ago, he wasn't worried about retirement. He'd yet to hear of mutual funds, IRAs, or annuities. Back then, he had something more important to do. He wasn't focused on his future. But fortunately, somebody else was. At USAA, we provide retirement solutions for our military, veterans, and their families. From investments to life insurance to healthcare options. Learn more with our free USAA Retirement Guide. Call 877-242-USAA.
Many men have a small problem. When they get close to attractive women, they lose all self-control. Thankfully, there is a solution. Perspiration can be controlled.
There it was, right there.
Chills down your spine.
This thing was big.
Is Bigfoot out there? This expert team of true believers fans out across America.
Sasquatches do exist.
And uncovers evidence
These are the best prints I've seen in my life.
of this elusive legend.
Was that you?
I do think there's a squatch in these woods.
Finding Bigfoot. New season, Sunday at 10, Channel 282. Only on Animal Planet.
Multi-policy discount. Paperless discount. Paid in full discount. Homeowners discount. Safe driver discount. Chipmunk family reunion. Someone stole the nuts. Squirrel jail. Justice.
Countless discounts. Now that's progressive. Call or click today.
Welcome to the H&R Block Halftime Report.
USC makes the adjustments and wins it in the second half. Comfortable win.
USC. I've said all year, Texas is the most complete football team in this country. Tonight, they shocked the entire universe, not just the planet Earth, the universe. I'm going with Texas Longhorns. Hook up, Texas!
And Herbstreit brought props too.
So who will Corso pick for the Rose Bowl game presented by Vizio? College Game Day will get you ready. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the day after New Year's. Monty Ball against Michael James in the game that we like to call the grand paterfamilias of them all. Wisconsin and Oregon. Darren Thomas in that high-powered Duck offense. Russell Wilson leading a rushing attack. And that's Monty Ball with 38 touchdowns. Needs only one more to match the great Barry Sanders all-time FBS record. Here is one of the key matchups. That gargantuan offensive line of Wisconsin against the defensive line of Oregon. It's the same height, but they don't weigh as much because there aren't as many brats, not as many dairy products in Oregon, perhaps, as you can find in Wisconsin. How big deal will the size advantage be?
A huge deal because you've got athletic, smart, intelligent offensive linemen that know how to get to the second and third level and make blocks. They're extremely well coached, and I like their feet. Their perfect foot placement on their blocks. They never cross over. They're always pushing people down the field to play. If you like downhill running, it's Monty Ball and the Wisconsin offensive line. They will control the trenches up front against Oregon and dominate this football game in the fourth quarter.
Hey, folks, don't be misled. When they give you a close-up on the offensive line, you look at the middle. Those guys are 320 pounds. They got a spare tire. They're taller when they lie down than when they stand up. Those guys that weigh 325 pounds, it's 50 pounds of flab. It's like playing with a 50-pound weight on your back. It's hard to move. I wanted our athletes to be as strong as they could and as slim as they could, and that's why Oregon will have an advantage.
That's back in the day, but now you have the new era of offensive linemen that are 325 pounds, can dance on the light bulb without cracking it. And these are the guys that have great feet and great talent with strength and athleticism that can run, they can jump, and they can block downfield.
I don't dispute that at all about them being athletic and everything else, but I want to tell you that weight they carry, it's not good, solid weight. I agree with everything else you say, but I think weight is overestimated.
I've seen some photos from him back in the day, too. What did you think? I thought, Mark, I don't know what he said. I was saying, 9-10% body fat tops back in the days, maybe. Wisconsin and Oregon, the big fellas up front. There are more games on Monday, the day after New Year's. Houston and Penn State on ESPNU. Nebraska and South Carolina in the Capital One Bowl will be a great one. Stanford and Oklahoma State, a barn burner.
This halftime report is presented by H&R Block. Never settle for less.
I can tell you about Detroit. It's not what it used to be, unfortunately.
It's tough, and I actually had to move back in with my parents.
And I heard about Second Look on the radio.
They look at your taxes from last year and see if they can get you more money back.
Any money back from the government would help right now.
Ready for the results?
$1,135.
$2,560. $8,600.
H&R Block.
We got a big home game this week. Everybody's coming over.
To be successful,
We need a little coaching.
that's where I come in. Game plan, Coors Light. They're going super cold activated cans. You two are going deep for bottles. Move it, turkeys. Super cold cans need both hands. Come on, man. Hold up. Mountains of blue. Go for two.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Bring it on, fellas.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Coming through. How you doing?
When I was 19, I found myself alone with 2 children and no way to support them. People told me I wasn't going to do anything, and I just decided I had more to offer than that. I put myself through nursing school, and then I decided to go get a doctorate degree. University of Phoenix gave me the knowledge to make a difference in people's lives. My name is Dr. Kimberly Horton. I manage a network of over 1,000 nurses, and I am a Phoenix.
Find your program at phoenix.edu.
I can't believe that people are actually paying me to travel across the world. The BlackBerry Bold keeps me connected. Whether it's BBM, Twitter, whatever, it's all in one place. Crazy in the crowd, they're jumping up and down, people are on fire. It's lightning, zombies, and then it drops right here.
Pop.
Be bold. Introducing the new BlackBerry Bold.
So you want to work for me? What makes you so special?
Well,
Oh, Illinois grad.
Another Illinois grad?
Hey, you'll love this.
This thing is sick.
Yeah, it's got 2 lenses, so the 3D's amazing.
Ever heard of 3D, Grandpa?
It's easy to use, and the best part is...
we can make 3D movies at home and watch them in 3D or HD.
Check it out. That picture's incredible.
Mom, this new TV is so cool.
When you turn on a Sony, you can't help but show it off. Share your story at sony.com/stories.
You're watching ESPN's presentation of Capital One Bowl Week.
Today is the day. It's the day that I have always dreamed of forever. When you call me the champ of the world. I can raise my hands, I can scream out the best in the world. Whole world. All my blood, sweat, and grind was all for this time.
It's the last time for a while we get to share a broadcast with Nellie Brock. 7-3 here at the half in San Francisco. Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, UCLA 7, Illinois 3. Shelly Smith joins us from the sidelines in a moment. Well, two teams who have taken odd paths to the bowl season, UCLA and Illinois. Scoreless game, but Brock, as we expected, it was going to be a low-scoring game. It was going to be a tight game.
It comes down to just a few key plays, really, in the first half there when you look at it, and some unfortunate failures there by Illinois' defense that was so good. The hands to the face here from Akeem Spence, moving the chains in the third and long situation, and then touchdown to Embry. Prince has done a nice job of putting some air on the ball, giving his receivers a chance to make a play, and then for the Illini, they have really struggled. That was both of these 4th-and-1 situations without their 240-pound battering ram tailback, without their big 250-pound fullback. Mike Johnson has something to celebrate because right now there's an identity issue in those short yardage situations, and let's see how that plays itself out here in the second half.
Just 65 yards of total offense for UCLA in the first half, but they have the 7-3 lead. Illinois just 3 points on the scoreboard, even though they had it down inside the UCLA 5 there at the end of the half.
Illinois is a good defensive unit. Tim Beckman's a defensive guy, the new hire there at Illinois. Vic Koenig, the defensive coordinator, acting as the interim head coach. You see him there. He's done a really nice job. This group has gotten better and better and better every year under Koenig's leadership. Number 7 in America, and it's a large reason why they've held UCLA to just 8 rushing yards as well. Other than the short field, the Illini defense has dominated. It's been the struggles, and that's been a recurring theme for Illinois, the struggles of their offense to get anything going.
Both teams under interim head coaches. Illinois, Vic Koenig, the former defensive coordinator. Tim Beckman will be the new head coach. For UCLA, Mike Johnson is the interim head coach. He was the offensive coordinator. Jim Mora will take over as UCLA head coach, preparing for 2012. Kickoff from Jeff Locke, fielded by Troy Pollard, and Pollard is dropped as he gets across the 10 to the 13-yard line. Let's look at the first half stats, brought to you by American Airlines. And there's that 8 number for UCLA in the rush game. How surprising is that?
It is surprising. It is telling because that's what UCLA has lived on, and they do have their backs, and they do have their offensive coordinator who called the plays this season. I think what else jumps out is the 2 sacks by UCLA defensively. Just 13 the entire year. Mike Johnson pleaded for his team to play hard and with effort, and defensively they've done that in the first half.
Nathan Shieldhouse handing off to Troy Pollard. Flag down on the play as Pollard picks up about 9. In fact, a couple of flags down on the play. On the first play from scrimmage of the second half. At AT&T Park, home of the San Francisco Giants Major League Baseball team.
Have 2 fouls on the play, holding 71 offense, defense face mask number 75, the penalty's offset, replay first down.
One of the rare times we get to call the name of Jeff Allen in these games. We always love to talk about next level. Who are some of these kids that you're going to see playing on Sundays? And number 71, Jeff Allen's a guy that Todd McShay has in his 4th round right now. Kid that started 46 consecutive games at Illinois. Has started as a true freshman and continue to evolve. You will see him on an NFL roster next season.
It's unfair, though. We call out the offensive line guys when they get a penalty, even though Jeff Allen's an excellent offensive lineman. Second team all Big Ten this year. Play action on first down now from Shieldhouse. Downfield for Jenkins, incomplete. Jenkins couldn't haul it in at the 35. Had the UCLA secondary beat.
And you just feel like sitting up here in the booth, UCLA is just downhill on the Illini. You have got to take the top off. An opportunity to do so. You may like to see Jenkins lay out for that one. He's trying to catch and run because there's no one behind him, and I think an opportunity there to get a chunk play, one of those big plays, those explosive plays that they've been so limited to in the second half. Go out and get that one, AJ.
Illinois lost 6 straight after a 6-0 start to the year. Shieldhouse pressured, and Shieldhouse maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. Officially, that won't be a sack, but Keenan Graham gets to Shieldhouse again. And as you pointed out, Brock, at the half, that UCLA front four that had really struggled this year getting after it today.
I caught up with Jim Mora here at halftime as well, and I asked him, who's going to coordinate your defense? And he's still hiring his defensive coordinator. Noel Mazzone from ASU will run his offense, but he will also largely coordinate that defense. And I guarantee you, from his years as a D coordinator all the way through the professional ranks, he's going to be very demanding on those front four to get home, because when they do, that just affects your entire defense, allows you to play so many more concepts.
Shieldhouse flinging complete for an Illinois first down. The Illini convert on third down for the first time in their last 5 tries. Darius Malines hauls it in.
There's going to be some tools to work with. That's Hester. He'll come back for a redshirt senior year as you see Shieldhouse doing what he does best, throw on the move, get out of the pocket. Hester good coverage, but Malines goes up and gets the ball with his hands to move the chains.
Nathan Shieldhouse, the sophomore quarterback from Kansas City, handing off first down to the true freshman Donovan Young. Beat again that the leading rusher, Jason Ford, not here for Illinois, academically ineligible for the bowl game.
Very often you hear a head coach, and that's, I think, because it's interim in basis, just be as honest with you as Vic Koenig was about this offensive group for Illinois. And we've seen it, frankly, through the first 30 minutes. Some good plays, some catastrophic failures, but he just really felt like they lost themselves. Any sense of confidence, continuity, belief in what they were doing. Such a disappointing stretch that ultimately led to the firing of Ron Zook, a 27-7 loss at Minnesota to end the year, where he said, frankly, thought the kids quit. And so he did his best through these bowl practices to instill some belief and some confidence that you can get it done. And they're going to need a little bit more of A.J. Jenkins in the second half if they're going to get this win.
Looking long on third and 8, incomplete. Malines was bumped as he was running down the sideline by Aaron Hester, but no flag, and UCLA forces a punt by Illinois on the first possession of the second half.
You've got to take your throws down the field, one-on-one situations, and there is a lot of jostling and a lot of hand fighting. The one positive, at least Hester gets his head turned around. I think if that contact without his head around may draw the flag, but they allow you some of that hand fighting as long as you can still turn around and find the ball, as you saw Hester do there.
Langford, the sophomore wide receiver, turned rugby-style punter, who's been terrific today for Illinois. Until this way.
Way to go.
Well, at least it wasn't a free throw. Oh, now here's the bounce, Brock. Come on now. Down to the 37. So 36 from Langford. Good punt. Kevin Prince taking another beating today for UCLA.
He documented the number of injuries through his 3 years as a starter here. And some free runners coming his way early on those nickel blitzes. Merciless and company up front have been relentless. Corner blitzes. What you're seeing, shot there by Jonathan Brown, what you're seeing is a very sore quarterback come tomorrow. I guarantee you that. But also Illinois, and defensively, a lot of guys have played a lot of ball for Vic Koenig, very aggressive with multiple schemes and fronts and blitzes in that first half.
Prince on first down, tries to bounce it outside, only gets about 3. Kevin Prince grew up in Los Angeles, grew up about 10 minutes from campus in Westwood. Dad, granddad, uncle, all UCLA basketball and football season ticket holders. So it says playing for the Bruins is really a dream come true. And that's part of some of the fight you see from that guy who's had the multitude of injuries and yet back up off the field. He took that huge hit in the first quarter and yet didn't miss a snap for UCLA. Brock, as you pointed out, here's play action from Prince on second down. Looking downfield, and it is caught inside the 25 by Josh Smith. Biggest offensive play of the day for the Bruins. On play action.
We thought UCLA would take some of those throws down the field. They liked their speed and size of their receivers. Josh Smith, the redshirt senior transfer from Colorado, a wheel route. You have Rosario, you see it in the picture, taking two. He takes the safety, leaving Smith the one-on-one situation. And unlike Malines on the other side, who could not fight through that hand contact, Smith is able to secure the reception and put UCLA right near that red zone.
35-yard pickup. Prince to Josh Smith. 4 seconds on the play clock. 3 seconds. Prince gets it off. And off straight ahead, Derek Coleman, who's the big back who gets it when UCLA gets inside the 20. So UCLA had 65 yards of offense in the first half. Gets 35 on that play from Prince to Smith.
It's a game of adjustments. We saw that firsthand in the Alamo Bowl, where Art Briles said, well, we're going to run it. And they ran 482 yards worth against the Huskies. And you see Mike Johnson and staff coming out with the big back here in the second half. That Franklin just could not get it going between the tackles. And let's take a chance here with our 240-pound tailback, Coleman.
Play action again. Prince finds Ferrier, the junior tight end, inside the 10. Moving the chains, first and goal, UCLA.
You also see a quarterback, unlike the first half and nearly every possession, under fire. Play action in the pistol. You allow Kevin Prince to set his feet, throws a nice spiral right to the chest, and that's an awfully big target. 6'8" long arms of Fourier, their leader with 6 touchdown receptions this season.
Prince is going to give it to Coleman. Wrapped up and dropped by Whitney Merciless, the junior from Akron, in the backfield again.
Sure nice when we feature a guy as an impact player and you look at the productivity that he lives up to it, and that's 2 blocks. It's fighting through the first, getting through the pulling guard, and showing you he's just not a one-trick pony. I'm not just a pass rusher. I play hard, and that's the advantage when you have a guy whose engine doesn't slow and plays every play as hard as he does. What Vic Koenig loves so much about him, well, you can be productive in the run game as well.
One forced fumble away from the FBS record.
Take a look here at Rosario at the top of the screen. Big target, 6'5".
Flag before the snap.
Before the snap, false start, 78 offense. Penalties 5 yards, second down.
And that's the redshirt junior Downey making just his first start. We saw Merciless earlier being merciless with his hands and his ability to get past him.
Took us almost 6 minutes into the third quarter before we got down.
Just throwing a haul. It's a nice game. I give you Johnny Cash everywhere, man. Just trying to keep up with your couple.
Prince on second and goal, down the seam, incomplete. Fourier, the intended receiver, would have had his 7th touchdown grab of the year.
Rosario outside, hands up in the air. He wants that ball coming his way, but I like the concept. Allow Rosario outside to affect the defense, clear out those safeties. And that's a play the Fourier's made this season. 6 touchdowns, as I said, the leader on this UCLA team coming into this game. That's typically a play that he's made.
So this is 3rd down and goal. Prince to the end zone again. Fourier again. Incomplete again. Locked in coverage with the corner, Tavon Wilson this time. 4th down coming for UCLA. And the kicking unit comes on.
Well, you see the idea and the thought. Mike Johnson saying, give my big receivers a chance. You also see him very adamantly saying, look over to Nelson Rosario. A lot of attention in the middle field to Fourier. And Mike Johnson asking his redshirt junior quarterback to give maybe that big target, Rosario outside, a chance to make a play for him.
Tyler Gonzalez, the former manager on the UCLA soccer team, who has assumed the place kicking duties for the Bruins. 35-yarder straight on is no good. And the score remains UCLA 7, Illinois 3.
go, kids.
Were you looking for this? Seems the drive-thru is closed tonight. Instead, Velveeta cheesy skillets. Just brown the meat, stir in the noodles, seasoning, then smite them. Smite them with the liquid gold until there can be no more smiting. Yes. Liquid gold.
Come fly away through the clouds into the sun, far away from everyone. Come fly away. When we get above the rain, they are all sunny days.
You said you'd get me on the field.
I did get you on the field.
You are Brian Arakpo, all-pro linebacker. Surely you could do better than this.
Come on, sunshine. It's game time. Squad's waiting.
This is embarrassing, Brian. They've got me on the bottom of the pyramid.
You know what else is embarrassing? Paying too much for car insurance. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The old standby. The bare minimum. The game changer. Take it to the house with Taco Bell's Taco 12-pack. 12 classic crunchy tacos boxed up and ready for game day. Now at Taco Bell.
Division I student athletes have higher SAT and ACT scores than college-bound students.
The number of us receiving diplomas
is at an all-time high.
African-American males who are student athletes
are 10% more likely to graduate.
Still think we're just a bunch of dumb jocks?
You need to do your homework.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes, and just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Say hey. 7-3 UCLA on Illinois as we check in with Shelley Smith.
Coach here with Tim Beckman, new coach of Illinois. Watching your old team, Toledo, what were you thinking as you watched them win that Military Bowl?
Well, I was excited for him. Coach Campbell's done a great job with that program, taking it over for me less than a month ago, and I was so proud to see those Rockets win that football game.
You turned things around pretty quickly at Toledo. What is the challenge of doing that here with this team?
Well, again, I think we have a great plan, set with the new coaching staff coming in. We're going to abide by that plan and go forward and look to working with the Illini and getting it done.
You've been very visible on campus. You've been at practice. You've been around. Why is that?
Well, I want these kids to understand me and understand what I'm all about and the things that I think that are necessary for you to be successful on and off the field. So being around the young men, it's what we've done.
You haven't learned the words of the school song yet, I hear.
No, not yet. We're working on that, but we'll all be learning them, that's for sure.
Great. Thanks so much, guys.
Shieldhouse completes on first down to Ryan Langford. I guarantee you that if the Illini get in the end zone on this drive or any other.
You are not going to point out the fact that Derek Dimke is 87 for 87 on PAT?
No. I'm not. I'm gonna go with the fight song for Illinois. I'm gonna help Coach Beckman learn the new fight song for the Illini. Should Illinois get in the end zone? That's a big should. Shieldhouse on 2nd and 1. Move the chains as Shieldhouse gets shoved out of bounds. First down, Illinois. Tim Beckman, 3 years head coach at Toledo, won 16 games the last 2 years. Rocket win in the Military Bowl, 42-41. Beckman was previously the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State.
A guy familiar to the Midwest, had also been at Bowling Green, lots of roots there. People excited about the hire and the energy he's going to bring to the job.
Shieldhouse to Langford again on first down as Illinois goes through the air now, going a little more up-tempo on this drive. Aaron Hester there on the stop. Illinois punted on its first possession of the second half. That's the interim head coach, Vic Koenig, who hasn't been announced, but all signs point to him going to North Carolina with new head coach Larry Fedora to be associate head coach and defensive coordinator in Chapel Hill. The carousel is spinning around the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Shieldhouse scrambling, takes the hit and leans forward for a first down. Eric Kendricks, the weak side linebacker there. Now Shieldhouse is marked down about a yard shy, actually, of the first down, so it'll be very short here.
You're right, a little adjustment here from the Illini to play a little quicker here in the second half, tempo-wise.
Shieldhouse going to take it now on 3rd and 1 and appears to just get the first down this time.
The number of talented freshmen there for UCLA. We've called Zumwalt's name a bunch. You just saw Eric Kendricks. He's the brother of Michael Kendricks, the stud linebacker at Cal. 2 freshmen, redshirt freshman Kendricks, Tevin McDonald, number 7 as well, a redshirt freshman. Jim Mora is going to have some young pieces to work with defensively here at UCLA.
UCLA defense without Sean Westgate, concussive symptoms. Patrick Larimore, surgery on his right thumb. Starting safety, Tony Dye, academically ineligible. So big pieces missing on the UCLA defense. Shieldhouse drawn, first down, room to run up the middle into UCLA territory. And close to another first down. Love and Zumwalt combine on the stop on Nathan Shieldhouse, and Glenn Love is still down on the field.
Nice concept. This is quarterback draw all the way. You spread out the formation a little bit. UCLA, as I've talked about a number of times, really been downhill in nature. So spread them out, give Shieldhouse the opportunity to run. And for as sore as Kevin Prince is going to be on the UCLA side, Nathan Shieldhouse, 6'3", just 200 pounds. He's willing to stick his head in there. He's going to be sore tomorrow morning on a long flight home to Champaign.
Illinois has 98 rushing yards in the game, 53 of those from the quarterback, Nathan Shieldhouse.
And not a surprise. You're without your fullback. You're without your leading rusher, Jason Ford. You're without a lot of what you built identity-wise. Coordinator Jeff Brown very clear with us this week. We're going to have to run it more with Shieldhouse. And we've also got to get Jenkins involved. He's got an opportunity and a lot of field at the bottom of the screen.
2 catches, 1 rush for Jenkins. Shieldhouse is looking that way. Incomplete. A.J. Jenkins covered up by Aaron Hester.
A.J. Jenkins, 84 receptions, 1,196 yards. One of the problems and one of the challenges as we sit in a baseball ballpark is he's not protected in any way. You know, great hitters, you find so many times, have others around them to help them and take away some of the pressure. 53% of the passing yards for the Illini this season his way. In one regard, congratulations, you're a special talent, but you got to have more help around you. Got to get some other people involved as well.
Pistol look from Illinois on 2nd down. Giving to the senior running back, Pollard, back incomplete. Shieldhouse throws it incomplete. There's Sheldon Price with an excellent coverage.
And right now, the conversation with a Jeff Brom to A.J. Jenkins is going to be, hey, man, you got to get some separation. I throw the deep post to you on the last play this time, and just slight contact. Again, I don't think enough to interfere with the receiver, but no separation. That's a deep over route. Plenty of field, plenty of opportunities. And let's give some credit here to Sheldon Price and Aaron Hester, the cornerbacks at UCLA, stepping up to the challenge and squeezing out that window to A.J. Jenkins.
Both of those corners are juniors for UCLA. On 3rd down, heavy pressure. Shieldhouse goes scrambling. He's past the line of scrimmage, so he has to lean forward. Tevin McDonald makes the stop. 4th down coming for the Illini.
And I think this is a situation here with Vic Koenig. If I'm in his position, I'm going to punt this. My defense has been really, really good all season long in this afternoon, and I've looked at an offense that has struggled. But he says, nope, I don't know how many other times we're going to get into this position, and I can understand it. If I'm in his position, I'm trying to pin him down and play to my strength, which is my defense. An offense right now that struggled, and let's see if they can find a way to deliver at a pretty big juncture here midway through the 3rd.
4th down and 7. Jenkins lined up in the slot, bottom of your screen. Shieldhouse gets the play off over the middle. Pass is caught at the 35. Taking the big blow, Volunas. Eddie Volunas gets the first down for Illinois and paid the price. Dalton Hilliard delivers the hit.
And the converted quarterbacks tell Shieldhouse, Well, at least you put it in my gut. If that ball is up and in any other place, that hit is even more difficult, but credit to Volunas to hold on through contact.
Quick to the line on first down. Shieldhouse hands off. Donovan Young, the true freshman from Katy High School, Katy, Texas, alma mater of Andy Dalton and Clint Black, and Donovan Young.
A good little mix on this drive. We've seen Shieldhouse on the run. We've seen now a little bit of activity from your tailback. You get your tight ends involved. You at least give that defense something to think about, even though incomplete passes down the field.
Young again on second down, getting outside the UCLA D, inside the 20-yard line. Young cuts it back inside the 15. First down, Illinois, from just outside the UCLA 10.
You see some of the bursts that Young has. He's battled through an ankle injury. We talked about what he did at Katy, Texas last year. How about 2,300 rushing yards, 36 touchdowns. Unfortunately for him in this offense, really hampered through injury. Now a bit healthier, you're seeing some of his playmaking.
Zumwalt makes a stop on first down. What was that from Hilliard?
Look at those defensive linemen right there. That to me is what, and I think when Jim's going to get on campus, those are the guys. Jeff Brom said, you know, we really feel like we can attack the middle of this UCLA defensive line. I talked about the pressure that they've got to create earlier, 112th in America in sacks. But you watch over the years to come, Jim Mora, like most NFL guys, know the premium and the importance of having difference makers. Just watch the BCS National Championship game.
The snap, illegal substitution offense. Penalty 5 yards, second down.
And it's what Vic Koenig has on his side with the Merciless and the Keem Spence. Just take a look at this. The Illini's defensive linemen. Spence, their D tackle's the 4th leading tackler. They're Ann Buchanan the 5th. We know about Merciless. Right now for UCLA's defensive line, your leading tackler is 10th on your team with 39. Your D tackles this year, your starter has 6 on the entire season. Getting more out of that front four will be important for the growth of Jim Moore as he co-coordinates this defense in years to come.
14th play of the drive. Illinois barely gets it off. Shieldhouse flings it incomplete into no man's land. Wasn't sure whether he wanted to run or throw. So 3rd down and 16 coming up.
And he's barking at his receivers, expecting something different from his tight ends outside and typically cross his face. I'm asking you down here in the red zone where all those windows get condensed. Give me an opportunity to get you the ball. And I think for Shieldhouse here, you got to be careful. Even though your strength is as a runner, you got to make sure you let this play develop. And remember, in the first half, the huge sack that knocked him from the 1-yard line all the way back to the 30. You're in range now. If it's not there, throw it away.
First down line's at the 3. Finds his check down to Shieldhouse. That's Donovan Young, who's wrapped up right near the line of scrimmage. Minimal gain. Tevin McDonald there on the stop. So here comes the field goal kicking unit again. Derek Dimke. An unsuccessful fake field goal earlier, and then Dimke has the only points of the game for Illinois on the field goal at the end of the half.
Pretty good in his career now, 38 of 44.
The only miss this year for Derek Dimke was the one that missed from 42 at the end of regulation against Penn State. It would have sent the game to overtime. This is 37. Dimke's 37-yard kick is no good. Just the 2nd miss of the season from the senior kicker for Illinois, Derek Dimke. The score remains UCLA 7, Illinois 3.
We were doing a live shot for SportsCenter, and my 5-year-old at the time, he was kind of waving and sitting in the chair and waving. I can see him out of the corner of my eye, so I'm trying to focus as best I can on the question, and at the same time, I'm going like, and there's his little head peeking over my shoulder, trying to see if he's on TV. They don't look at me as a broadcaster as I'm dad. I'm a sheriff. That's basically what I am. My name is Kirk Herbstreit, and I'm definitely comfortable in my own skin.
Buzz, 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 buzz. You know, typical alarm clock. I am so glad to get rid of it.
Just to be able to wake up in the morning on your own, that's a big accomplishment to me. I don't know how much money I need, but I know that whatever I have, that's what I'm going to live within.
How much did you pay for your new car?
What if you could find out what everyone else paid for the car you want before you bought a new car? Well, now you can. Introducing TrueCar.com, the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free new way to get a guaranteed low price on a new car. Log on to TrueCar.com. Choose the car you want. First, TrueCar.com shows you what others actually paid for the car you're looking for. Then TrueCar.com finds you an even better available price. In minutes, you'll have a TrueCar price protection certificate that you can print out. Take it to a TrueCar certified dealer near you where you can pick up your new car.
I saved $8,300 on TrueCar.com. TrueCar.com was free.
And we saved a heck of a lot of money.
Took 3 clicks and I knew exactly what I was going to pay for the car that I wanted to buy.
The research is done for you by TrueCar.com.
So log on to the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free way to buy a new car. That's TrueCar.com.
ESPN College Football, the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, is brought to you by Kraft Foods. Kraft Foods and all its brands are a proud sponsor of the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Dove Men Plus Care and Prudential. See what the first day of retirement feels like at day1stories.com. Prudential, bring your challenges.
Let the seafood feast begin in Fisherman's Wharf. As Mr. Burns might say, let the fools have their tartar.
That's how you guarantee the freshness right here, you guys.
Kraft tartar sauce, of course. 2 big plays, and that's about it for UCLA's offense. There you see if Kevin Prince and the Bruins can put together a drive. It's Garrett Coleman across the 30 as we check in with Robert.
All right, Carter, Hyundai Sun Bowl, end of regulation, Georgia Tech. Well, we'll get to that in a second. John Hayes to Devontae Christopher ties the game at 24. And then David Hayes from 48 yards away laces out. He misses it. And this game is now in overtime. Georgia Tech went for 3 and got it in their first possession. Utah set to get the ball next.
So the Utes and the UCLA Bruins both trying to give the Pac-12 its first win of the bowl season. Utah in El Paso, UCLA here in San Francisco. The Bruins playing under interim head coach Mike Johnson, who was the offensive coordinator this year for UCLA.
And finding a little bit of running room where they didn't have any in that first half. Just 8 rushing yards. It's been Jonathan Franklin, their big battering ram. They're also spreading out. Keep an eye on Fourier, the tight end. They like him in these spread field situations.
Empty backfield on 2nd and 8. Prince, quick release, intercepted, and Terry Hawthorne will take this into the end zone. Touchdown, Illinois. 38-yard INT for TD. Like Menabold on Giants, placing reliance, shouting defiance. Oski, wow, wow. There you go, Coach Beckman.
That was a long throw all the way across the field, and we've seen Prince a number of occasions today try to put some air on the ball. That's a throw that you've got to put every bit of velocity you got on it, because that corner in zone coverage is staring it down. Hawthorne jumps it. And the former All-American receiver knows what to do with it, taking it in.
3rd pick of the year for Terry Hawthorne. A year ago was Hawthorne making plays against Baylor in the Texas Bowl in Illinois' bowl win in Houston. Now it's Terry Hawthorne in San Francisco against Kevin Prince and the UCLA Bruins, putting Illinois in the end zone at last.
Where's Dave? It's almost 10. Should we get him up?
I'll get him up.
I hear something.
Hi, God. Hi, Mom.
Oscar Mayer bacon. It's naturally hardwood smoked for hours to be the best. And the best way to wake up your family.
didn't say I could keep him up.
I'm a streaker. I'm 300 pounds, painted blue, and apart from the cleats, I'm completely naked.
Go State!
Oops. And if you've got 15-minute insurance, they might not pay for this. So get Allstate. You can save cash and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Shop less, get more. Make one call to an Allstate agent.
For friends. For fun. For life. Forget the forecast, because the weather is seasonal. Life isn't. Introducing the all-new, all-affordable, all-season class leader, Extra 4X. Receive a $50 rebate at KumoTireUSA.com. Let's go.
Hey, look, a shooting star.
Oh, yeah.
Let's make a wish.
Hey, guys, we got the RV started.
No way. That's what I wished for.
Me too.
Is that what you wished for?
Yeah.
ESPN, your NBA destination for games Wednesdays and Fridays.
The Discover Orange Bowl, Wednesday on ESPN.
Full lineup of games on Monday, including ABC 1 Eastern, the Outback Bowl, Big Ten versus SEC, Michigan State versus Georgia.
I'm really curious in this one. Michigan State splattered a year ago by Alabama. Just thumped them. And I wonder how they're going to do against another SEC power, the SEC East champion Georgia Bulldogs. To me, that's really about redemption. That a year ago, a very physical Michigan State team and a really good defense got taken apart by Alabama. And I think even better this year defensively. How do they stand up against the best in the SEC, or one of the best?
Did you say Georgia SEC power? That's a change from where the Bulldogs have been the past few years.
You win 10 games, you win your SEC East. Very good year there for Mark Richt.
What the way it lives would have to say about that. Dimke's kickoff fielded by one of the up men at the 24. Let's go back to the touchdown.
When you watch football and you're wondering man or zone, watch the face mask, and in this case, the eyes of Terry Hawthorne. His eyes never come off Kevin Prince. That is a clear indicator. When you're a quarterback and you're looking out there now, elite corners, they'll mess with you. They'll look at the receiver, they'll look at you, they'll look at the receiver. But Hawthorne never took his eyes off the quarterback. A clear opportunity for him to jump that route in zone coverage. Kevin Prince knows better than that, having started 25 games over 3 years. Can't afford to throw that one all the way across the field, and Hawthorne made him pay.
Illinois continuing its tour of National League ballparks. Wrigley Field a year ago, the Northwestern game, now AT&T Park in San Francisco against...
To 43 seconds, 4-3.
UCLA here in San Francisco, home of the Giants.
I'll tell you what else you'll typically see when a corner makes a play of that nature, a double move. You can expect that at some point here over the final 15 minutes of this game, coordinator, interim head coach Mike Johnson, try to run a little double move. If you're going to jump that route in zone coverage, keep your eyes on me. That's typically the adjustment an offense will make.
Prince, deep shot on first down, looking downfield. It is batted and incomplete. Let's see, 2 UCLA receivers and about 4 defensive backs there for Illinois. Looked like the pass intended for Shaq Evans.
And Evans was packed in ice earlier today, fighting through some injury. Yet another enormous recruit coming out of high school, transferred, actually went to Notre Dame. And that's a no-no. Number one, it's a no-no when there's deep coverage. Sitting there in center field, it's an obvious no-no when you've got 2 guys in the exact same spot.
Let's check in with Shelley.
Just fell again on that shoulder that he had surgically repaired last year. They taped him up after he fell on it in the first quarter and put him back in, but now he looks like they're going to take another look at it to see whether he can still go.
So Shaq Evans on the sideline right now for UCLA. On 2nd and 10. Prince, another deep shot. This one intended for Smith, and Smith can't haul it in. Ashante Williams, the linebacker, running step for step with the wide receiver, Josh Smith.
And that was a little better throw. If you're going to put air on it, you better make sure you get it out there to a guy that's going to go up for you and make a play. Josh Smith attempts to do so. I like the mindset. You're coming off an interception, and it's not just run, run, run. It's Kevin Prince. You know, we still have confidence in you. We know we're going to need you to win this game in the fourth quarter. Just got to go up, though, and high point it. Try to get it done there if you're Josh Smith, and he knew it. You could see his body language running off the field.
Prince pressured on 3rd and 10. Running away from Akeem Spence, and now Prince down the sideline and incomplete. Illinois able to put pressure on Kevin Prince again on 3rd down. That's 6 straight incompletions for the UCLA quarterback, including that INT for TD. 18 seconds left in the 3rd. UCLA punts again. Jeff Locke will punt it away to Terry Hawthorne, who had that interception for a touchdown for Illinois. And now Hawthorne across the 30, fumbles the football. Illinois maintains possession, however. Illini football right around the 33. 13-yard return after the 55-yard punt. Hawthorne fumbles but brings it back in. Capital One Bowl week continues tonight. The Chick-fil-A Bowl, Virginia versus Auburn. That's an ACC versus SEC matchup.
Gene Chiswick's had a very good record in bowl games, and Auburn University has. The SEC so top-heavy this year. Obviously, LSU and Alabama playing for it all next week. Arkansas as well. They've been good in these bowl games, have the SEC, and we'll see if anybody can rise up and compete with them.
6 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Illinois trying to snap a 6-game losing streak after they started the year 6-0. Rarely do you hear that during bowl season. In fact, never have you heard that during bowl season. Shieldhouse takes it on 1st down, the final play of the 3rd quarter. So it's Illinois and UCLA. We have a 3-point game going to the 4th quarter. What else can you ask for?
It's the day that I have always dreamed of forever. When you call me the champ of the world.
The Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, Stanford, Oklahoma State, Monday on ESPN.
Calories, 2.6 carbs, and one exceptionally smooth taste, Michelob Ultra is perfectly balanced for your life.
For breakfast, try our tasty chicken biscuit.
It's so nice to spend time just you and me.
I know. This is great.
You know, I feel like... Did you just check the game on your phone?
What? No. What am I, like some kind of summoner who can just summon footage to his phone like that? Come on.
I guess I'm just a little oversensitive. It's just that you and
Yes.
Only AT&T's network lets your iPhone download 3 times faster. AT&T.
Financial advice is everywhere.
Real, objective investing help?
That's a little harder to find.
But here's what I know. TD Ameritrade
doesn't manage mutual funds.
Or underwrite stocks and bonds. Or even publish their own research.
So guidance from TD Ameritrade isn't about their priorities. It's about mine.
Straightforward guidance. That's what makes TD Ameritrade different.
Trade commission-free for 60 days. Plus, get up to $600 when you open an account.
How much did you pay for your new car?
What if you could find out what everyone else paid for the car you want before you bought a new car? Well, now you can. Introducing TrueCar.com, the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free new way to get a guaranteed low price on a new car. Log on to TrueCar.com. Choose the car you want. First, TrueCar.com shows you what others actually paid for the car you're looking for. Then TrueCar.com finds you an even better available price. In minutes, you'll have a TrueCar price protection certificate that you can print out. Take it to a TrueCar certified dealer near you where you can pick up your new car.
I saved $8,300 on TrueCar.com. TrueCar.com was free.
And we saved a heck of a lot of money.
Took 3 clicks and I knew exactly what I was going to pay for the car that I wanted to buy.
The research is done for you by TrueCar.com.
So log on to the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free way to buy a new car. That's TrueCar.com.
In San Francisco, oh, the pace just picks up there around this time of year, doesn't it? Holiday sales. Graphite Hunger Bowl, we go to the fourth quarter, and Brock, you told us before this one started it was likely to be a low-scoring game, but a close game between Illinois and UCLA, and here we are, 3-point game, start of the fourth. 10-7.
And keep an eye on it. Illinois has had the ball 25 minutes. Here already 6 more minutes in UCLA. Let's look at the fatigue level of a UCLA defense. It's found himself on the field a bunch here.
Second down and 5. Shieldhouse picks up a first down into Bruin territory inside the 40. Shieldhouse dragged down inside the 25-yard line. Let's check in with Robert.
Carter, the Pac-12 is on the board this postseason. Just seconds ago, Hyundai Sun Bowl, Utah, Georgia Tech. Utes end it. John White the fourth. Loves computers, loves music, and wolves. Google is great. And Utah wins 30-27 in overtime.
Well, UCLA's trying to add to that Pac-12 win column that is now 1 with that come-from-behind win for Utah over Georgia Tech in El Paso. That's Tevin McDonald.
But I don't think there's any doubt. I think people knew this year within the conference, there's really 2 at the top that are far superior than the rest in the conference. You saw that played out in the championship game. Actually, let me rephrase that. There were 3. Unfortunately, the third, who was maybe the best in the end, was ineligible. But this was a conference that was very, very top-heavy with Oregon, with Andrew Luck at Stanford, and with what Matt Barkley and Lane Kiffin did throughout the year as they really emerged and grew. And Jim Mora and Rich Rodriguez and Mike Leach are all going to be playing catch-up within this conference to those 3 superpowers.
On first down, Shieldhouse screen. Jenkins dropped for a loss. Diggy Zua there on the stop. I want to get back to USC for a second because the postseason sanctions are done for USC now. Scholarship reduction still coming for the Trojans, but how does that change things in the Pac-12 and maybe nationally now that USC is in the running for bowl games and potential national championship next year?
And most importantly, with Matt Barkley coming back, a la Andrew Luck of last year and Sam Bradford the year before, and Matt Barkley and that offense is going to be dynamic. They're going to be a top 5 team in the country in the preseason polls. I don't think there's any doubt about that, the way they finished and finished so strong.
Troy Pollard gets the handoff, nothing doing. Third down coming for Illinois.
And you look at one of the reasons that Mike Johnson's on these sidelines as interim coach is the fact that Rick Neuheisel against USC was 0-4. Against Oregon was 0-4. Was unable in a 4-year tenure and many times to even be competitive in those games. The 50-0 shutout to USC this season was, I think, the final unfortunate nail in the coffin for Rick in this group and this staff, just unable in their tenure to do anything about the monopoly that has been USC in the town.
Third down and 11. Here come the Bruins. Shieldhouse escapes the pressure, but not for long. The football comes flying out of there. Spencer Harris makes the grab short of the first down. Harris ends up making the grab at the 20. Shieldhouse at the last second flips it ahead to Harris.
No one is going to question the toughness, the scrappiness of Schulhaus. I don't know if that's always the wisest play to make with the people running around and, you know, defenders you're not seeing, but he gets it done to set up a little easier field goal for Dimke.
Dimke lines up for a 38-yarder. First, there's going to be a timeout. Fourth down coming up in a 3-point game.
The previous play was the quarterback was not beyond the line of scrimmage when he threw the pass. That play is under further review.
So before the timeout, an official review.
It's actually being challenged by the UCLA coach.
We'll take a look in a moment.
Because you never stop improving your recipe, we never stop improving ours. We've added a touch of Philly cream cheese to Kraft Natural Shredded Cheese, which adds a touch of creamy to any dish. Kraft touch of Philly shredded cheese. We're not just making great cheese. We're taking it further.
What's the plan for the run today? Just full speed ahead, amped up, ready to roll. That's the noise I want to hear. Let's crush those hills, thrash those trails. Prepare for impact! You got no piece of me. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Awesome, yeah. H2O! Do it again. Dude, that was sick. Unreal.
76 training buddies, natural movement perfected. Real flex from Reebok.
Many men have a small problem. When they get close to attractive women, they lose all self-control. Thankfully, there is a solution. Perspiration can be controlled.
On my journey across America, I've learned that when you ask someone in Texas if they want big savings on car insurance, it's a bit like asking if they want a big hat. Excuse me. Or what a big steak. Or big hair. I think we have our answer.
If I could separate what's real from what happened, dreaming I could live to fight another day.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You ready for your present?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sometimes the giving can be just as amazing as the gift.
What do you think?
The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here, but only for a limited time. See your Lexus dealer for exclusive lease offers on the 2012 CT200H. And as a gift from Lexus, we'll make your first month's payment.
An example of like the David Sedaris book, Holidays on Ice. Happy New Year's Eve from Brock and I to all of you from San Francisco. Coming out of that review, it was actually a challenge from UCLA. The ruling was that indeed Schulhaus was behind the line of scrimmage, so now Derek Dimke on for the field goal attempt. He has now missed only twice this year for Illinois. 37-yard attempt from Derek Dimke. That one comes back, and it is good. 13-7 Illinois leading UCLA. 12 minutes, 17 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter in San Francisco at AT&T Park. Carter Blackburn, Brock Heward, Shelley Smith. Our last go of it for this year, and we want to take this moment to thank our production crew, our terrific production crew, everyone from our producer, Jim Zaroli, to booth audio technician, Danielle Cody, and everybody else. It's been a really fun run for us.
Yeah, we are very fortunate that we've got, and we've said this season, but I believe the best crew in football. I don't know who else you want to work with, but they make our job a whole lot easier. So thank you to everyone in there. And it's the one thing that I don't think people understand is they hear you and I try to talk through a game. They have no idea or concept of how many people make this thing work everywhere. So for everyone in that production truck and everyone involved with this crew, we do sincerely thank you for a wonderful year.
So from Drago and I to our production crew, thanks so much. Been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun. Yeah, try and talk to a football game would be the operative word. Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Oh, Jim McEnroe, and the tackiest merciless that I could do.
Oh, Derek Ditkey's not going to enjoy.
And Bud Grant in Minnesota, we enjoyed our time.
Absolutely, the Hall of Famer.
Well, can UCLA get it done?
Not Oklahoma, those seniors getting it done.
That's right.
Arizona last night.
Can UCLA find a way? They've been willing to take some shots down the field here in the second half. They've not been able to hit very many. Had a couple in the first half. Outside of that, very little efficiency within the offense. The senior Rosario, the senior Smith, the junior tight end Fourier, the redshirt junior Kevin Prince. An opportunity here with 12 minutes to go. Interim head coach Mike Johnson find a way, and they're not going to go away from that. It's definitely within their game plan coming in, as Mike told us in our production meetings this week. We like our matchups outside. We like some of our talent. But Illinois has been better on the back end through the first 3 quarters.
So UCLA 6-7. They were 6-6 at the end of the regular season. Went on to play in the Pac-12 championship game because USC was not eligible to play Oregon. Had to get a waiver from the NCAA to play in a bowl game because he had a losing record. And now UCLA trying to avoid going 6-8. And what an odd season, really, for both of these teams. I mean, Illinois starting the year 6-0, 6-game losing streak, yet they're in a bowl. UCLA 6-7 at the end of the year. They're in a bowl. Both head coaches fired. 2 interim head coaches. 2 new coaches coming in. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a bowl game quite like this one. But it's a good game. 13-7 here in the fourth. Kevin Prince, the junior QB from Los Angeles, trying to drive the Bruins.
And here's Rosario on the bottom as he checks and sees the space and cushion outside.
On second and short, incomplete. Knocked away from Taylor Embry. Thomas there in coverage. Ian Thomas, the senior honorable mention all Big Ten linebacker for Illinois. Making it 3rd down and 2.
Let's keep an eye on Merciless. We've seen him move around. He's been so active today. He needs just a half sack to set the all-time record there at Illinois. And they like to slide him around in these 3rd down and obvious pass rush situations.
5 wide on 3rd and short. Prince, quick hitter, complete. Fourier, the 6'8" junior tight end, forward progress is going to give him the 1st down to right around the 33.
It'll be interesting to see. Merciless is going to have a decision to make as just a redshirt junior. He has another season left if he wants to come back with a new coaching staff. A guy he'd be passing there at Illinois, Simeon Rice, was a pretty good pass rusher. And what those scouts will love, what Tom McShay said, why he's climbing into 2nd round conversation now, is just the relentless effort in pass rushing. Such a need for so many teams at the next level.
Prince keeps it on 1st down, and he is dropped by Tavon Wilson. The senior corner from Washington, D.C., who's the 3rd leading tackler on the team, telling you he plays up close to the line a bunch and a physical corner.
What stands out a bit to me today, Carter, is what Vic Koenig said in their preparation, that they didn't mess around. When it came to Kevin Prince and this UCLA offense, the opportunity to have so many extra days to prepare. And in a late bowl game here, it's New Year's Eve, they spent all of the time looking at everything that UCLA did. He felt like they had a really good grasp, and as fast as this defense is playing, I think that's playing itself out here through this game.
Pressure coming from the Illini. Prince escapes the pressure initially, but then takes the sack at the 25. Ashante Williams gets there along with Ian Thomas.
Does that make sense? You know, when you talk about a group knowing what your opponent is going to do, it's why when you're going to watch this bowl season, Chip Kelly at Oregon's been unable to win a bowl game and had some problems with beginning games of the year. When you give an opponent extra time, when they can look at all of your tendencies and really study your formations, study your personnel, and Vic Koenig and his defensive group are really capitalizing on that extra work.
This is 3rd down and 18 now. Prince complete, well short of the first down. Nelson Rosario with a knee on the ground grabs it at the 33. Prince takes yet another hit. So he has been sacked 4 times, Kevin Prince, and been hit at least 3 or 4 more times other than those 4 sacks.
And that's the big fella. That's Akeem Spence, the 4th leading tackler. The defensive line that get off blocks, that get to and attack quarterbacks and running backs. Kevin Prince, I think there's going to be some more grass stains coming if UCLA finds themselves having to pass their way back into this game.
Jeff Locke's punt. It's at the 35. Hawthorne Wilbur from inside the 25. City by the Bay, beautiful day in San Francisco, California. And we have a 6-point football game at AT&T Park.
We are the house when it comes to the big game.
Yeah, it's his thing. I don't even participate. Boom! Here it comes!
Bring it back! Bring it on!
When you combine creamy Velveeta with zesty Rotel tomatoes and green chilies, you get a bowl of queso that makes even this get-together better.
I host a book club.
So sexy.
Vega had no tolerance for such dastardly deeds. Finally.
When you combine creamy Velveeta with zesty Rotel tomatoes and green chilies, you get a bowl of queso that makes even this get-together better.
One more gift. If you're giving an amazing gift, shouldn't it be given in an amazing way? The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here, but only for a limited time. See your Lexus dealer for exclusive lease offers on the 2012 ES350. And as a gift from Lexus, we'll make your first month's payment.
There it was, right there.
Chills down your spine.
This thing was big.
Is Bigfoot out there? This expert team of true believers fans out across America.
Sasquatches do exist.
And uncovers evidence
These are the best prints I've seen in my life.
of this elusive legend.
Was that you?
I do think there's a Squatch in these woods.
Finding Bigfoot. New season, Sunday night at 10. Only on Animal Planet.
I host a pretty good game, but to be the best, I needed a little coaching.
That's where I came in. The world's best party needs the world's most refreshing beer. Back that Coors Light. Make those mountains blue. Wake up. These are cross-brewed fundamentals. Work it, hit it. Gee whiz, Kyle.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Now I'm ready to host the playoffs.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs.
Cross-brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Are you kidding me? Playoffs?
ESPN College Football, the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, is brought to you by Kraft Foods. Kraft Foods and all its brands are a proud sponsor of the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, the Capital One Venture Card, what's in your wallet, and the Lexus December to Remember sales event for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
That's the Bay Bridge running through Treasure Island and into San Francisco. It opened November 1936, 6 months before the Golden Gate Bridge. You want to know more about the architectural design of the Bay Bridge? Ask Andrew Luck next time you see him. He'll be at the NFL draft. Pollard and Shieldhouse in the backfield for Illinois. It's Pollard who takes it. The senior running back in Jacksonville, Florida, trying to get the corner. Picks up about 7 on first down. Illinois' only touchdown of the day came from its defense as Terry Hawthorne had an interception for a touchdown. A couple of field goals, and the Illini have a 13-7 lead on UCLA.
And UCLA's only touchdown came on a short field where UCLA defensively stopped the Illini on a 4th and 1 and gave Kevin Prince the opportunity on a short field to throw a touchdown to Embry. You kind of get the sense, don't you, that if UCLA is going to get something going, they're going to have to make a play here defensively. That it's going to be a McDonald or it's going to be a Kendricks or a Zumwalt stepping up here with the opportunity, just like the Illini did, and creating a takeaway.
Shieldhouse on 2nd and short. Scrambling, Shieldhouse picks up the first down, moving the chains for Illinois. The only touchdown of the game for Illinois, the difference in the game right now, the pick 6 from Terry Hawthorne.
Hawthorne did a wonderful job in zone coverage very little fear because UCLA is not connected down the field of the UCLA receivers running by him. And he was staring down Kevin Prince the whole way, baiting him to throw it, baiting him to throw it. And then the high school parade All-American, he sees that end zone in front of him and burst in to make the turning point play.
His 107 rushing yards from Nathan Shieldhouse. His career high is 131 at Fresno State a year ago. Fresno State win, Illinois loss. Pickup of 3 for Shieldhouse. Dalton Hilliard on the stop. That was the game that closed out the regular season a year ago for Illinois here in California at Fresno State before they beat Baylor in the Texas Bowl, as it was then known. It's Cassius Marsh, who's slow getting off the field for the Bruins.
Who, by the way, another top 100 national recruit. I mean, that's the thing that jumps out to you here when you look at a UCLA team. You talked earlier about Odigizua, top 5 defensive end, number 17 overall in Tom Luganbill's ratings. Marsh, top 100 in his ratings. And there's a number of them. This roster is littered with enough stars to win games, enough stars to be better than 6 and 7. And that's why I think ultimately Rick Neuheisel has moved on, and they're trying to bring in a guy in Jim Mora to get the most out of their talent, to preach that accountability and discipline and toughness that they're going to need to compete with USC in town and compete for Pac-12 championships.
Young on second down. Slips away, then takes a big hit from Justin Edison as we check in with our big hitter, Robert Flores.
All right, thanks a lot, Carter. Check out what has happened in the past few minutes at the AutoZone Liberty Bowl between Cincinnati and Vanderbilt. Larry Smith to Chris Boyd. Hamstring problems on the way to the end zone, and then ensuing kickoff. Cincinnati's Ralph Abernathy IV. His great-grandfather is Ralph Abernathy, a civil rights leader, and Cincinnati leading 24-21 in Memphis early fourth quarter.
Back and forth in Memphis here in San Francisco. It's Illinois with a 6-point lead on UCLA. Nathan Shieldhouse on third down. Pass is caught. Room to run for A.J. Jenkins. And the Illinois offense is into the end zone. Touchdown, Illinois. Jenkins breaks free, and the mostly anemic, rarely explosive Illinois offense has a 60-yard touchdown catch and run.
Through 3.5 quarters, 71 passing yards. You were waiting, you were wondering, a zone blitz as you see the defensive end Graham try to get underneath that slant. One of the rarities. UCLA does not bring much pressure. They decide to on that 3rd and 8. And finally, the Illini connect on a big play, something that's been so lacking for their offense in the second half of the season.
Jenkins had 72 yards in the game prior to that. Breaks it for 60. Illinois is into the end zone. Touchdown, Illini, Jenkins. Illinois at 20-7 lead.
The 2012 Rose Bowl game, Monday on ESPN.
You can't deny the power of crunchy, flamin' hot Fritos chips, premium seasoned beef, and nacho cheese sauce. Taco Bell's 99-cent beefy crunch burrito is back.
What I want this season, if you'd like to try and guess, it's something that special I readily confess. 'Cause all I want this season is something from your heart. La da da, la da da.
Thinking of others this holiday season. Travelers.
I love all the gadgets.
Check out the backup cam.
Show me the Carfax. Can you show me the Carfax?
Sunglass holder. Oh.
Before you buy a used car, get a Carfax report. Ask your dealer or go to Carfax.com. Just say, show me the Carfax.
NBA League Pass delivers the most NBA games with more ways to watch. Order now from DirecTV to follow your favorite players and your favorite team on your choice of screens. Watch on TV, online, or on your mobile device. One price gets you the most NBA games, plus free mobile access anytime, anywhere.
What a play. The fans are loving it.
Check out a free preview December 25th through January 8th. To order, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS or visit directtv.com/NBA.
The play went down. Bits and pieces. Nobody's going to find us. Not here. We figure out what way is south, and we start walking.
What was that? I thought wolves were scared of people.
I'm not scared of anything. You'll free fall about 30 feet, but it's going to feel like 30,000. Go, 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 go!
The Gray. Rated R. Starts January 27th.
At the side of that record-setting Valero Alamo Bowl the other night, the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, UCLA and Illinois meeting for the NCAA Volleyball Championship. Rachel Kidder named the tournament most valuable player as Michael Seeley's Bruins claimed their 4th NCAA title. Now UCLA won, I believe, 3 titles back in the AIAW days before volleyball was an NCAA sport, so that would give UCLA 7 national championships overall, so a recent history.
So what you're telling me is the Illini men are really seeking redemption.
Precisely right, Bob. Thanks.
And finally, we said A.J. Jenkins, Johnny Cash, or whoever wrote the song, was going to be everywhere, and finally he's able to make a play. 3 deep fire zone. The corner for UCLA gets caught looking back at the swing route for no reason whatsoever, and Jenkins makes a play.
To be honest with you, I don't know who wrote the song. It was Lucky Star who made it a hit prior to Johnny Cash. But our quarterback stats brought to you by Dove Men Plus Care.
You had a feeling today that Nathan Schillhouse was going to be awfully busy without Jason Ford, without Jay Prosh, their fullback, without really any identity of their run game. It was going to be him running right, left, quarterback run, quarterback draw. You see the difference there in the second half, over 100 yards rushing as well. He's scrappy, he's tough. He's gotten better this year in his second year as a starter. And there's definitely some tools there for Tim Beckman and his new staff to work with.
So UCLA offensively, where do you go now? Down 20-7, 5:32 in the game.
You've got to be up-tempo. You're going to be up-tempo coming into today anyway, so this has got to be a 2-minute no-huddle environment here in the final 5 minutes.
Instead, Merciless gets the sack on Kevin Prince. There is a flag down, but if it stands for Whitney Merciless, that would be 16.5 sacks on the year. We'll check the flag. It's against UCLA. The sack is in the books for the nation's leader.
68 offense. The result is second down.
And that's going to be on Brett Downey making his first collegiate start, trying to block the country's best rusher. And the running back there, Franklin's got to help. You see him over on that side anyways, and I know it's an inside rush for Merciless, but Downey's not going to be able to block him one-on-one.
Draw to Jonathan Franklin on 2nd down and long. 3rd and long coming for UCLA on a drive where they needed to move the football, needed to put it in the end zone.
And if Simeon Rice is watching, well, he just watched his record go by the books there. Merciless has really done it all through this season. And if Beckman can get him back for a 5th year, it would go a long way to helping the Illini next season.
One forced fumble away from the NCAA record is Merciless. Hawthorne drops Kevin Prince after the line got pressure again. Hawthorne, who had the interception for a touchdown, gets to Kevin Prince again. 3 and out for the UCLA offense when they had to move the football.
I think that expression pretty much sums it up. I think the soreness of Kevin Prince sums it up as well. You wondered today, would UCLA be able to block this very good front from Illinois, the number 7 overall defense in America for a reason. I talked earlier about Oregon and looking ahead to that Rose Bowl. Well, this Illini defense, they really stopped Wisconsin, held them to 285 yards, the entire game to 70 passing yards. So maybe no surprise today they're having their way with UCLA.
Hawthorne goes down awkwardly on the return. Illinois football with a 13-point lead.
Who else has a question for Officer Dan?
What if someone steals from you?
Well, that's not good. You should
what
never...
What if someone steals from you a lot, like all the time?
Then they go away for a long time.
Gooey, creamy
creamy, delicious Kraft macaroni and cheese. You know you love it.
Luck. I don't trade on luck.
I trade on fundamentals.
Analysis. Information.
I trade on Trade Architect.
This is web-based trading revisualized.
Streaming real-time quotes.
Earnings analysis.
Probability analysis.
That's what opportunity looks like.
It's all visual.
Intuitive.
And it's available free.
Wherever the web is.
This is how trade strategies are built.
Trade Architect, only from TD Ameritrade. Welcome to better.
Trade commission free for 60 days when you open an account.
On my journey across America, I've learned that when you ask someone in Texas if they want big savings on car insurance, it's a bit like asking if they want a big hat. Excuse me. Or a big steak. Or big hair. I think we have our answer.
If I could separate what's real from what I've been dreaming, I could never find another day.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, let Mom try. Ready? Go. Sometimes a hint is all the wrapping a gift needs.
Wait a minute,
The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here, but only for a limited time. See your Lexus dealer for exclusive lease offers on the 2012 RX 350. And as a gift from Lexus, we'll make your first month's payment.
You a world-class smuggler. You a Houdini, man.
I got 2 kids now. My cowboy days are over.
You can't just walk away. You think you're the only guy with a gun?
We're going to war.
Say goodbye to your wife. Blood in the air, bleed blood on the ground.
I'm coming. I'm coming for you. Mark Wahlberg, Contraband. Rated R. January 13th.
January 2nd this year is that magical day where you sit in your living room on the couch all day long in your PJs with sour cream dip, some iced tea, chamomile tea, right? Capital One Bowl week continues, including Nebraska versus South Carolina. Capital One Bowl, 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN.
A prove-it game. Can South Carolina and Steve Spurrier get to 11 wins? And how about Taylor Martinez in Nebraska? Can they get a real signature win against an elite defense?
Pass is caught at the 45 as the clock rolls under 4 minutes here in San Francisco. Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl. Odd seasons, to say the least, for UCLA and Illinois. I mean, disappointing seasons, let there be no doubt. That's why both head coaches were fired at the end of the regular season. Illinois had lost 6 straight games. That's their interim head coach, Vic Koenig. But if Illinois is able to hang on in this last 335, it's going to be the first time in Illinois football history the Illini win bowl games in back-to-back years. In fact, it'll be the first time that a group of Illinois football players has won 2 bowl games. They won the Texas Bowl last year in Houston against Robert Griffin III, the Heisman Trophy winner this year, and the Baylor Bears. This is Nathan Shieldhouse getting near the 50. Penalty flag down. You know what that means.
Holding.
Kevin Prince is your leading contender for the Heisman Trophy in 2012.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Not buying it?
No, Vic Koenig isn't buying that holding call either, but when the player gets thrown down right in front.
Holding 89 offense. Penalties 10 yards from the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
That's Evan Wilson, the true sophomore, tackling this support player. Koenig wants that clock to keep running, and now he realizes he's going to be backed up and put in the passing situation. I'll tell you what, North Carolina and Coach Fedora are getting a really good coach in Vic Koenig. This is no surprise. This isn't 4- and 5-star recruits. This is development of many of these Illini defenders and Merciless at the top of the list. Koenig knows how to coach some football, and he's going to bring that to Chapel Hill.
On 2nd and 13, Shieldhouse scrambling and incomplete. Hello?
It's actually Virginia and Auburn calling. And they're really upset about your chamomile and PJs and sour cream dip. That's not what they're going to be doing tailgating or at home. Getting ready for that big one.
That's not how you ring in the new year?
It's frankly embarrassing.
go. Be ready for the draw.
Virginia and Auburn, that's coming up in the Chick-fil-A Bowl. On third 13, Gilhouse finds Jenkins again. It was Jenkins who had a big 60-yard touchdown to really put this one on the Illini side. Fourth down coming, so
UCLA is going to burn another timeout here.
timeout UCLA. Well, this is Big Ten versus Pac-12. There's another one coming your way on Monday, 4:30 Eastern Time. The Rose Bowl game presented by Vizio, Wisconsin versus Oregon. What's the key for Wisconsin in this one, Brock?
Boy, there is a bunch of them, but it is obvious to establish their identity, and that is Monty Ball and the 32 touchdown runs, and to slow down the Oregon blur defensively. They're a blur offensively, and I think they'll be pretty productive and make some plays. I think what people didn't take into account this season, other than USC and Matt Barkley at the end, who with the people outside throwing it all over the lot, slowed Oregon's defense down. Monty Ball and Wisconsin and that power run game, and you know what they're going to do. And Russell Wilson has fit in beautifully into that scheme this season. Their ability to just really slow down Oregon's blurring, blitzing defense by running it right at him, to me, will be the key in that one.
Langford, the wide receiver turned punter for Illinois, gets off another good one. Terrific today, punting the football. There's a fumble recovered. Taylor Embry manages to grab it at the 15, 49-yard punt. Well, the Michael James, the guy who will be trying to put the blur on Wisconsin's defense in that Rose Bowl game on Monday afternoon in Pasadena.
And I don't think it's all coincidence. I think it has a lot to do with how good Auburn was, and Penn State too in the Rose Bowl a couple years back. But Chip Kelly, three-time Pac-12, Pac-10 and then Pac-12 champion coach, is looking for his first bowl win. And for the conversation we had this afternoon about the Illini really spending all of this time to game plan. It wasn't about scrimmaging. It wasn't about the young kids. It wasn't about developing for the future. It was about scheming for UCLA. And when teams have had a month to attack the scheme of Chip Kelly, well, they've been unable to get that win. And that'll be one of the storylines as well in the granddaddy of them all.
Screen to Coleman across the 20-yard line for UCLA. Only one timeout remaining for the Bruins. They obviously need 2 scores. But this is looking like it's going to be UCLA ending the season with another loss after the Pac-12 championship game loss to Michael James in Oregon, meaning that the Bruins season comes to an end at 6-8. Prince heaving to the sideline, complete. And we talked about some of the talent at the positions for UCLA. What's the biggest challenge for Jim Moore then to get the Bruins back on the more winning track, well, the championship type track?
And this isn't just for me. It's obvious when you listen to Jim Moore on the job here over the last few weeks. He says it every time. He's just said it to our Shelley Smith down on the sideline earlier about creating really that accountability, that toughness, that want to. You got to find and want football players. And I think that's why Jim was so adamant and borderline over the top about the whole over the wall. I mean, that has to be the farthest thing from anyone's thoughts. And it's got to be a privilege to play college football at UCLA, and that's what he's got to create. He's got to find, I think that starts in recruiting the right kind of kids, to be honest with you, that want to play football, that want to be committed to doing everything you're asking them to do. And then ultimately it's how you work and how you practice. And Jim Moore is a defensive-minded guy. I think that's important. In a conference that hired a bunch of offensive-minded guys, in a conference where you know you're going to score and have to score against the USC and an Oregon, I give some credit there to Dan Guerrero going in the opposite direction and saying, no. After 3 fired coaches, and that's Neuheisel, that's Carl Durrell, that's Bob Toledo, we've got to go a different route here. We have got to toughen up this Bruin football program, and that's what Jim Moore is going to attempt to do.
Well, this timeout gives us a chance to look at today's player of the game presented by Capital One. It's that young man, Nathan Shieldhouse, the sophomore from Kansas City, Rockhurst High School, 258 total yards, a touchdown pass, 110 rushing yards on 22 carries. And Rock, you said it, without Ford, without Prosh, it was going to be a lot of Nathan Shieldhouse, and he got it done.
He sure did. He made some big plays with his legs. He ultimately hits the zone blitz on 3rd down that UCLA tries to get after him. And his toughness that really Jeff Brom, when I asked him about his quarterback, what trait stands out the most, what does he do? It is his toughness and his leadership, and that emerged through this game.
1 catch for 9 yards for Shieldhouse as well. UCLA picks up a first down as Fourier gets across the 40. After the game, you can check out ESPN3 for live coverage of the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl trophy ceremony. Illinois is going to hoist that trophy, and Illinois, for the first time since October 8th at Indiana, is going to win a football game. Flag down, 58 seconds left. That was a point where the Illini went to 6-0 for the first time since 1951 when they won a national championship.
Pass interference, number 1 defense. The penalty is an awarded first down at the spot of the foul.
Now, Brock, you pointed out that the schedule got much tougher for Illinois after that, through the heart of the Big Ten. But this was an Illinois team that also beat Arizona State 17-14.
Oh, and this is an Illini team that ended the year number 7 in America in defense. And when you do that, then you're going to be kicking yourself the number of opportunities you had throughout the end of that regular season. Just look at those games. Ohio State completed 1 pass against them. One pass, 208 yards of total offense. I mean, they did almost nothing that game. You lose 17-7. We called the Penn State game, Joe Paterno's last game. We happened to be there and see, and Penn State did nothing through 59 minutes of that game. We inserted a wide receiver that had not played all day, and Derek Moy moved down the field and wins 10-7. I mean, there's legitimate opportunity. Vic Coney, even before the game, was kicking himself about that Penn State game and a safety that he had the perfect call, and all he's got to do is play over the top, and you win that one. Maybe you slow down that slide that was the second half of the year.
47 seconds left in one of the more odd bowl matchups anywhere, anytime. Illinois, who had lost 6 straight. UCLA, who had a losing record coming into the bowl game. UCLA is going to finish the year 6-8. The Illini are going to finish the year with a winning record. And I guess that's a silver lining in why you come out to San Francisco and play the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, because now Illinois gets to end an odd season on a positive note with a winning record to 7-6. So I asked you about challenges for Jim Morrow. What are the challenges for that man, the new head coach of the Illini, Tim Beckman, who takes over this program 39 seconds from now?
Number 1, he has got to, I think, elevate the overall recruiting there in the conference. It is Wisconsin. I mean, it's a very difficult conference to try to compete in Michigan State. And they finally hit Rosario.
Touchdown UCLA. Well, let's see, onside kick, and maybe we're not done in San Fran. Do we count this as a blown save?
We're not quite there yet, but we called for Rosario, and that was a matchup they wanted to feature, the big 6'5" receiver.
Just the 5th touchdown catch of the year for Rosario.
And it's, you know what is what's remarkable about that play? And once again, it's Sani on the back end, the safety, who there, I guarantee you, Vic Coney pulling his hair out, because he has the over-the-top coverage. The same thing we were just talking about in that Penn State game. Just play over the top, just play through your assignments. It's going to take an onside kick to overcome this for UCLA. But Illinois had their chances this year. There's no doubt about that. They had their opportunities to close it out, and you can see Vic Coney, and he's having the conversation with his secondary here. You have got to finish, because their defense put them in position a number of times this year to get it done, to not be in this game, to not be 6-6. And now they're ultimately going to have to finish and try to get this onside kick recovered.
Well, folks, 29 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Bowl game, onside kick coming.
Are you calling it?
Bowl pool's on the line right now.
And Vic Coney's got to be thinking, no, not again. We have had control of this game. There's a good question. There's the big fella, Fourier, 6'8" tall, and you wonder why not He may be down there chasing the ball. If you can get as you want on those onside kicks, that ball to elevate and get up in the air, and one of your players to get down there and high point it, you may think the 6'8" former basketball player could be good at that.
Illinois recovers this onside kick. They're going to win bowl games in back-to-back years for the first time in program history.
As it is, you do see Embry, you do see Rosario, you do see the other receivers out there. And here we go. The former soccer manager who tried out the week of the Texas game. Had never played football, been on the roster, a 5th year here at UCLA, tried out for the team, got the job. He said it's kind of quirky circumstances coming into this game and playing through it. Well, maybe he can add to that.
Quirky end to the quirky seasons for UCLA and Illinois. Tyler Gonzalez, onside kick. Puts it in the air. Illinois recovers near the 50. There is a flag down. A.J. Jenkins is the player who recovers it for Illinois. Again, there's a flag down.
I'll tell you what, that was a great kick, soccer manager or not. He did exactly what you want to do. Try to get that ball as high in the air as you possibly can, allowing your unit to try to go down and cover it. Jenkins secures the kickoff.
At the kick, the kickers did not have 4 players on one side of the ball. It's illegal formation. Penalty is 5 yards from the end of the run. First down.
Semantics, because Illinois is going to win this game. Illinois is going to win back-to-back bowl games for the first time in Illini program history. Last year's Houston Bowl win over Baylor. This year in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl against UCLA. Not exactly the Rose Bowl like they were in 2008. But Illinois gets to end the year on a positive note. No timeouts here for UCLA, so Shieldhouse will just have to take a knee. And Illinois perseveres not only through the 6-game losing streak, but even coming into this bowl game without their leading rusher Ford, without their big fullback Jay Prosh to get the win anyway. 20-14. Vic Koenig gets to celebrate. The interim head coach, he's 1-0 as the coach of the Fighting Illini.
He did a heck of a job with his defense today. They really dominated. They were the story, gave up the big late touchdown at the end, but outside of that, Vic Koenig should be proud. His defensive unit shined. Shieldhouse, our player of the game, did just enough. As you said earlier, UCLA ends a disappointing season at 6-8.
Illinois wins for the first time since October 8 at Indiana, when they went 6-0 to begin 2011. They snap a 6-game losing streak here in San Francisco. Illinois becomes the first team to have a 6-game losing streak and still make a bowl game. But they will finish the year at 7-6. Let's go down to the Illinois celebration with Shelly Smith.
All right, Coach Koenig, you said you're better now. You were a little nervous towards the end.
Yeah, we just trying to get the game over, and we bite on a double move, and yeah, we coach a little better than that, but you know, we're happy. I'm extremely happy for those players, and Coach Zook. You know, this is something that had never been done in Illinois. Back-to-back bowl victories. These guys came out and practiced their tail off despite a lot of negative circumstances. And the good Lord has blessed us tremendously. And we thank him for this day and this week we've had, and great opponent. And I got a heck of a running back waiting to say hi to me right there. And anyway, we're just so blessed, and we're very thankful that we're given this opportunity.
What will you tell them when you go in the locker room for a final time?
I already told them I love them, and I appreciate them. And you know what? Y'all did something you remember for the rest of your lives. No one can ever take that away.
You go to North Carolina now. In what state do you leave this program?
Well, you know what? I think they got a lot of pride, and they know how to do things right. And if you do right, right will follow. And, you know, we can't say that any stronger. And I know Coach Zook preached being a good person as hard as he preached football. And so I know they've got that.
They hadn't won a game since October 8th. How did you keep them believing?
The players. And we have you know, our pastor, our team chaplain guys done a great job hitting them every day. And you learn to win, maybe not as much on the football field, but in life. So we started off going and trying to make A's in the classroom, going trying to win in the classroom. Then we tried to win socially. Then we tried to win spiritually. And just you rebuild your winning attitude, and it doesn't always have to be football.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Illinois wins it over UCLA 20-14. For live coverage of the trophy ceremony on the field, log on to ESPN3. Coming up next, College Football Live. Capital One Bowl Week continues tonight. Chick-fil-A Bowl on ESPN and ESPN 3D. For producer Jim Zaroli, our hard-working crew, Brock Heward, Shelley Smith, I'm Carter Blackburn. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Illinois wins it in San Francisco 20-14 over UCLA. The Illini bowl wins in back-to-back years for the first time in Illinois football history.
Coming up in just about half an hour, Perry Jones and Virginia, nearly 900 yards rushing this year. Cavaliers with a resurgence season getting set to take on Auburn in the Chick-fil-A Bowl from Atlanta.
Since I was a kid, I've been dreaming about this. First day of practice, I was thinking about this. Picture on the news, yeah, they see about this. Even in the paper, they gon' read about this. Cause all of my life, training day and night, I'm preparing to fight for everyone to believe I was going insane. Yeah, they screaming our name.
Unbelievable!
The pitch back to the quarterback. Touchdown, Broncos! 49 yards to the All-American.
This truly could go to 1,000 total yards. Great ball fake. Rice dives to the end zone. Just short. No, he got in. Touchdown.
67-56. I mean, this had to be one of the most watched TV games of all time.
Hey, Biggie, this one's for you, buddy. Today is the day. It's the day that I have always dreamed of forever. When you call me the champ of the world. I can raise my hands, I can scream out the best in the world. Whole world, all my blood, sweat, and mind was all for this time.
Capital One Bowl Week rolling on. Glad to have you with us in College Football Live. Happy New Year. You know, I feel like this is a New Year's Eve tradition. Spending it with college football fans of America. Reese Davis, my Hall of Fame running mates, Lou Holtz and Mark May. Will talk plenty about Virginia and Auburn coming up in just a little bit as we work our way to the Chick-fil-A Bowl coming up at the bottom of the hour. But it has been a New Year's Eve full of bowl action, including down in El Paso. Georgia Tech taking on Utah. The Pac-12 not been off to a stellar bowl start. Looking for the win and parachuting in. The game ball being brought in by a member of the U.S. Army. Georgia Tech down 7-0 when Preston Lyons goes 36, Luke.
Well, just right up the middle. You don't play disciplined defense, assignment defense versus wishbone. That's the result, 7-7.
Late in the second quarter, reverse! Reggie Dunn getting it done. Dunn gets inside the 10. It would set up a Utah field goal at 10-7. Utah driving down 17-10. And this is ill-advised. Mark John Hayes picked off by Quayshawn Neely.
And Quayshawn Neely is Johnny on the spot right here, but does a terrific job of showing his speed, taking it in for the score. 74 yards for the touchdown.
But Hayes undaunted. You'll recall Hayes came in after Jordan Wynn was hurt earlier this year on a 4th and goal play, 4th and goal key, finds Kendrick Ngoiai for the touchdown. 24-17. Did I mention 4th down plays, Lou? He finds Devontae Christopher.
Oh, that's just a tremendous throw there. 4th down, there's 7 points behind, less than a minute to go.
Hey, Whittingham wants to win the thing and then decides to go for one. Tied it, went to overtime. David Scully had a rough day kicking field goals, missed 3. 48 yards wide right, but he made one in overtime to make it 27-24. But then on a 3rd down play, John White wins it 30-27. Pac-12 gets a bowl win, 30-27 over Georgia Tech. So you look at these two teams now, and Utah just finishing its first season in the Pac-12. They had a chance to win the Pac-12 South, just missed out on playing in the Pac-12 championship game. So you look at the 2011 season, they finish up at 8-5, losing record in the Pac-12. We mentioned the injury to Jordan Wynn. Defense was a strong suit. But they lose about half of their starting lineup and a couple of guys who are important in terms of backup roles going into next year. Offense is young and returning. How do you characterize Utah, where it stands, and where they're headed into next season?
Well, if I was getting a grade, A, B, C, or D, I would put them as a solid B, because I thought going into the season that Utah would struggle in the Pac-10 because they don't have the quality depth as most of the teams in a BCS conference has. And you look at them in the Mountain West, yes, the last few years, 1 loss, 2 loss, but now all of a sudden is a steady diet. They have to play good teams each and every week, and I thought that would be a challenge for them this year, and it was, and that's why they ended up with 5 losses.
I would give them a C at the very best. They had a chance to win their division. They lost their last game of the year, 17-14, to Colorado. They did not have a signature win in their conference. Yes, they beat Washington State, etc., but they didn't play Stanford, they didn't play Oregon, and they lost 5 games, I think it was, in the conference. So, yeah, they belong there. They're going to be solid. The fans are going to support them. But, no, it's not a great conference team.
And you have to look now about whether the competition is going to ratchet up more as USC is starting to find a stride, despite the fact scholarship sanctions kick in for the Trojans. Arizona, you would think, under Rich Rodriguez, is going to have the ship righted soon as well. Now, Georgia Tech out of the ACC. Georgia Tech 8-5. Now, you know, it's tough sometimes to put the right level of expectation on Tech. There are stringent academic standards, but they've now lost 7 straight bowl games. Paul Johnson has not won a bowl game. He has taken his team to 1 BCS game. He also has only beaten Georgia 1 time during his tenure there. So projected, they got a lot of guys coming back for next year. How would you characterize Georgia Tech, Mark, in terms of this season and what to expect next year?
I give them a B- on the grading system because if you look at them, they're 5-3 in conference. Yes, they lost their bowl game, but they've got 6 team returning starters, and the nucleus of this team is coming back. I think for Paul Johnson, the future looks bright. Yes, he has to beat Georgia in the future. That's going to be one thing. It's going to be looming over his shoulder, but you look at this team. They're very solid offensively. That's his forte. They just need to get better on the defensive side of the ball, but they have a lot of experience coming back for 2012.
I agree with you completely. I think defensively they've had some problems, particularly holding on to a lead. I thought they'd be a little bit better this year. They're throwing the ball better. But that offense, they can run the football. And if they will just get more consistent on offense, I think that they can be a lot like Air Force in their conference. They'll be competitive, but they will not dominate.
Were you disappointed in the 4th and 14 play that turned out being the tying touchdown late? I mean, just in terms of the way it was executed, the defense?
Oh, yeah, but you can't let that happen. You know, 4th and 14, you got to be able to get pressure on the passer, yet you don't want to play man coverage. Run the zone blitz. Get the ball out of his hand, make the tackle before they get to 14 yards. It's 4th down.
And Devontae Christopher ended up catching the tying touchdown, and Utah won the game in overtime. Well, Texas A&M has had a very difficult season, to say the least. The Aggies came in with high expectations, many believing that they could win the Big 12, perhaps even play for a national championship. The Aggies stumbled to a 6-6 finish. Mike Sherman was fired, and perhaps the cruelest blow of all. Just last week, a well-liked reserve offensive lineman, Joe Villavicencio, was killed in an automobile accident. So it was with heavy hearts that A&M went into the Meineke Car Care Bowl to take on Northwestern. Tim DeRuyter, who's headed to Fresno State as the head coach, the interim coach. There's Villavicencio's jersey being honored, and Danny Baker, one of his teammates, wearing Villavicencio's number 67. That's Joe's father and sister who were in attendance at the game. And even Northwestern, great deal of class, special decals on their helmet as well to honor Joey V. Second quarter, Aggies trailing 7-3. Ryan Tannehill to Ryan Swope. He'd take it 37 yards. Good, tough run for Swope to the 1-yard line. Aggs would punch it in and have a 10-7 lead. Later in the second, Tannehill finds Jeff Fuller. Fuller didn't have the type of senior year everybody expected, but he's a tremendous receiver, Mark.
He was dinged up most of the season long, but when he's healthy, he's one of the best wide receivers in the nation. Here's an easy pitch and catch for the touchdown.
Here's something we mentioned. A&M, double-figure leads. Halftime leads. You see 4 losses after leading at the half by significant margins, 2 scores. They actually had 5 losses this year in which they had a double-figure lead in the second half, and Northwestern was trying to make it 6. Kane Coulter, Tim Riley, 8-point game. The ensuing possession, though, Lou, Tannehill to Fuller.
Well, this is just a tremendous throw here. This is 3rd down and 6, and they went for it. That ball's incomplete. Northwestern has a chance.
Frustration for Pat Fitzgerald. His team has not won a bowl game since 1949, 33-22 the final.
Thank you, guys, from the bottom of my heart. And I know he's watching over there for you guys.
He is
Thank
so
you.
proud.
Joey Villa, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Joe Villavicenzio's father, who was in the locker room with the Aggies after the game as Texas A&M celebrates its first bowl win since 2001. And, of course, our condolences and sympathies going out not only to the Villavicenzios, but also to the entire Aggie family on their difficult loss. From a football standpoint, this is a way to finish, and now Kevin Sumlin's going to take over this program. When you look at Texas A&M, how do you see them, Lou, fitting in the SEC as we look at their SEC schedule? They got the old Gators coming in, Kyle Field, although Florida's trying to get things turned around a little bit. They'll have LSU at home in October, have to go to Alabama, also road trips to Auburn and Mississippi State. How do you see them fare?
I think they'll be a great asset to the SEC. I'm not sure how good they'll be next year because they lose Tannehill, their quarterback, they lose Fuller. Who are they going to replace him with? That I do not know, but I do know this. Texas A&M can recruit with Texas in the state of Texas. They will put together an excellent program. They already have a good team. They lost to Arkansas 42-38 after being ahead 35-17 at halftime. The point is they're very competitive with Arkansas. I think they belong in the SEC. I think they'll compete for a championship in the SEC, but they got to get a quarterback first.
I think it will be extremely tough for them to compete at the higher level of the SEC Western Division. And if you look at that schedule, I see 5 to 6 losses for Texas A&M. If you look at this program, this is a program that hasn't defeated an SEC team since the mid-1990s. And if you look at this program, they're not big enough, strong enough, or fast enough to compete with them on a weekly basis. This is a team from the Big 12 Conference. They can't compete with the SEC week in and week out, particularly the best division in college football. And I put them right now just above Ole Miss, right in the mix between Auburn and Mississippi State. They're not as good as Arkansas, they're not as good as LSU, and they're not as good as Alabama, and they will not be for a long time.
Oh, then they must be 4th in the country because the other ones were the top 3 you mentioned, not only the conference, in the country.
I guess that would be Mississippi State should be 4th in the country right now.
A&M will surprise you. A&M can play. I mean, they can recruit. They will be a great asset to that
conference. But can they do it consistently with the big boys every week?
Yes, they can.
They haven't been able to prove that in the Big 12. They can't do it in the SEC.
Oh, the SEC invited them because they wanted a pigeon that couldn't compete. We kidding?
Stylistically, real quickly, Kevin Sumlin's run the spread, Mike Leach type offense. How effective will that be week in and week out against SEC defenses, or will they have to adjust a little bit?
Urban Meyer won't be able to win with that nonsense offense he brought from Utah.
But there was more running. It's a different type of thing.
He'll be fine. He'll move football. The whole key is going to be playing great defense. A&M's always had a tradition of playing great defense, but I agree with you. Their linebackers are small. They got to get bigger. Defense will be a little bit more of a problem, but they'll be fine.
I think they're going to struggle because there's no Case Keenum on this football team that can go through the ball that he had at Houston in the Conference USA. Now they've got to find a quarterback at Texas A&M. Plus, they've got to get more talent. And if you look at SEC defensive linemen and defensive ends, they're 6'5", they're 320 at tackle, they're 280 at defensive end. They're not these speedy little quick guys they have in the Big 12 Conference. These guys are men. They're NFL caliber men. That's why when the NFL drafts defensive linemen, they go to the SEC first and foremost.
Okay. Play back next year. We'll see.
We'll see if he makes a New Year's resolution to change his mind on Texas A&M next year. But entire offseason to go, an SEC team going to play in just a little bit against an ACC team. Corey Lemonier, 9.5 sacks for Gene Chiswick's team. We'll see how the Tigers do on defense against the Wahoos coming up.
College Football Live, brought to you by AT&T. Get it faster with 4G. Rethink possible.
Now that's a world-class smuggler right there.
My cowboy days are over. I got 2 kids now.
Chris, it's my brother.
If they don't get the money, they're coming after us. I got out of this life, but family's family. I gotta do this.
That's no bueno. No, it's no bueno.
For his family, one man will do the impossible.
No one can pull this off. Where is the faith?
Mark Wahlberg, Contraband, rated R.
Hey, you'll love this.
This thing is sick.
Yeah, it's got 2 lenses, so the 3D's amazing.
Ever heard of 3D, Grandpa?
It's easy to use, and the best part is...
we can make 3D movies at home and watch them in 3D or HD. Check it out. That picture's incredible.
Mom, this new TV is so cool.
When you turn on a Sony, you can't help but show it off. Share your story at sony.com/stories.
Limits inspire the limitless. Levi LaValle, redefining redemption. Robbie Madison, flying 400 feet. Red Bull, new year, no limits.
Immediately following the Chick-fil-A Bowl, you'll be able to see the attempt at distance jumping from San Diego, Levi LaValle and Robbie Madison on sport bikes and snowmobiles. Brad Nessler and Todd Blackledge riding neither. They look ahead to the Chick-fil-A Bowl.
Nice night race in Atlanta, Georgia, as we approach the new year and we approach another Chick-fil-A Bowl as the ACC and the SEC get together. 20th time, in fact, that the Chick-fil-A Bowl has been played inside the Georgia Dome. And Todd, when you look at the seasons that these two teams have had, first of all, you look at Mike London and what the Virginia Cavaliers have done. Nobody expected them to even be in a bowl game. They were picked 5th in their division of the ACC, and that's been a good surprise for them this year.
It has been. They really kind of snuck up on people, went from 4-8 to 8-4. Meanwhile, Auburn, defending national champion, lost 5 games, but to all good football teams. And both teams really want to win this game because their last regular season game, they got thumped by their in-state rival, and that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. So both teams looking to redeem the season with a win here.
They want to look to next year already and make this the beginning of next year, and Auburn especially, because they're going to be right back in here against Clemson in the Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic that we'll have for you. You know, you talk about Auburn. Last year they won it all. Obviously a struggle. Like you said, they lost 5 to top 15 teams. But there's been a lot of distractions. Their defensive coordinator's gone. Their head coach is their defensive coordinator, and their offensive coordinators going to Arkansas State. It's been kind of crazy.
Well, Gus Malzahn is still here. He's still going to call the game, but in a few hours after the game, he'll be heading to Arkansas State to take over the duties as the head coach. And also, their best offensive player, Michael Dyer, who ran for over 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, he's not here. He was suspended. So a lot of distractions for the Auburn football team.
We'll see if they can overcome them as Auburn and Virginia get together in the Chick-fil-A Bowl here in Atlanta, coming up shortly.
All right, Brad, Todd, another SEC team. SEC Big East Vanderbilt against the Big East co-champion Cincinnati. Jordan Rogers injured in the game. George Wynn of Cincinnati turns the corner down 7-0, and he's gone.
Outstanding blocking on the left side of the line. Look at the big fella, 88, get down the field and get a block, and he gets into the end zone.
In the fourth quarter, Vandy trailing 17-14. Larry Smith to Chris Boyd.
What a great block by the lead blocker, and consequently keeps Cincinnati from pushing them out of bounds. He goes all the way for the lead touchdown.
Vanderbilt up 21-17, but on the ensuing kickoff, just as it has been on every New Year's Eve, as long as you can remember, if you use the word ensuing, the kickoff's going the other way. Ralph Abernathy, who is the grandson of the famed civil rights leader, taking it 90 yards for the touchdown for the Bearcats. The Atlanta native scoring and putting Cincinnati back on top 24-21 in Memphis. And then a little insurance in the last 2 minutes. This was after Smith threw an interception when Vanderbilt had a chance to drive for the tie or the win. Isaiah Pete finishes it off 31-24. James Franklin finishes his first season with a losing record at 6-7, but Vanderbilt so close in so many games. Cincinnati, on the other hand, a real turnaround for Butch Jones and the Bearcats this year.
Well, he had a very veteran team, you know, with the quarterback, Zach Collaris, and then, of course, Isaiah Pete, and then he had the great receiver Woods. So he had 3 talented people, and they played very well. Let's remember this. They did lose 2 games in the Big East. That was a big win for the Big East against the SEC.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call you on this, though. It's the Big East champion or co-champion against the 9th place team from the SEC. So is it still big?
No, yeah, it's still big, because let's remember this. Vanderbilt was not the same team the last half of the years they were at the beginning. We have to agree with that. As a matter of fact, and look how they absolutely annihilated Wake Forest. I mean, they beat Wake Forest in their last football game. They were a good football team after they went with Rogers, and that was a big win. There were 3 teams with 2 losses. Cincinnati was one of them. But, yeah, to win that, yes.
What are you looking at me? You called him out.
Oh, I like that. Well, what do you think?
I just like to look at you.
No, I think that James Franklin did one heck of a year. This is a coach that was supposed to be the intern coach at Maryland. They didn't hire him at Maryland. All of a sudden, Vanderbilt hires him, and they turned their season around from the halfway point on and qualify for a bowl team. I think only the future looks bright for Vanderbilt and James Franklin right now, because this is a program that most people think they're a doormat in the SEC. Not anymore. They played a lot of teams tough this year, and he's going to be able to recruit a little more better caliber.
I agree with it. Not only did they play intelligently, they played hard, they played smart, they were very well coached, and he has great assistants. I don't know who they are. Give them a raise.
You know, and the one thing, too, I think that you saw when Jordan Rogers got hurt, that certainly hurt them late in this game. Vanderbilt had so many games this year right at the end where they just made those for lack of a better term, those Vanderbilt-like plays that they've got to get out of their system to find ways to lose games. Cincinnati, by the way, might be in a BCS game if Zach Collaros hadn't gotten hurt this year, too. It certainly hurt them in the latter stages. He was back for this one. Well, we're about to ring out 2011, and it has been a rather strange year, wouldn't you say, Mark? Have there been things that perhaps you wouldn't have expected?
Well, on the eve of the new year, before we look to the 2012 college football season, let's take a look at some of the surprises of the 2011 college football season. Here are my top 10.
Number 10, that Missouri and Texas A&M would both leave the Big 12 and join the SEC. Number 9, that the Michigan defense would be in the top 20 in total defense and the top 10 in scoring defense and would be in the BCS with a 10-2 record. Number 8, that TCU would not only leave the Mountain West Conference and join the Big East, but also leave the Big East Conference and join the Big 12. Number 7, that Clemson would actually win the ACC. Number 6, that my alma mater, the University of Pittsburgh, would be on its 4th head football coach in the same calendar year. Number 5, despite their decided schematic advantage offensive play caller from Florida, that they would be ranked 102 in the nation in total offense. Number 4, that Jim Tressel from Ohio State and Joe Paterno from Penn State would not be coaching their teams in bowl games. Number 3, that Baylor would not only beat Oklahoma and Texas, and that Baylor's quarterback Robert Griffin III would win the Heisman Trophy. Number 2, that 2 teams not only from the same conference, but also the same division would play the national championship game. And the number 1 unexpected event of 2011 would be that college football analyst Craig James would leave ESPN and throw his hat into the political arena.
I'm not surprised. I mean, the political arena will be easy after you had to deal with 4 downs.
I thought that was great. Now, I had mine, but they wouldn't let me put it on. Who would have thought Mark May would not win a single final verdict against me the entire year?
You were 14-0.
Oh, knock it off.
No doubt about it, but you did a good job.
Thank you. 14-0. I think I won my fair number of final verdicts this year, even though they weren't fair.
Hamilton Berger won more cases against Perry Mason than you won against me, thanks to the judge.
But if you think 2011 was crazy, wait to 2012.
Oh,
I can't wait
yeah.
to see what happens next year.
My New Year's resolution next year is just to try to tick one of you off in final verdict. I try to make it even over the course of the year. It ends up that one of you's mad every week, so I just keep one of you mad all year.
You've done that.
Yeah, I know. No kidding. Emory Blake and the Tigers under 16 minutes to go before Chiswick's team takes on Virginia in the Chick-fil-A Bowl.
How much did you pay for your new car?
What if you could find out what everyone else paid for the car you want before you bought a new car? Well, now you can. Introducing TrueCar.com, the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free new way to get a guaranteed low price on a new car. Log on to TrueCar.com. Choose the car you want. First, TrueCar.com shows you what others actually paid for the car you're looking for. Then TrueCar.com finds you an even better available price. In minutes, you'll have a TrueCar price protection certificate that you can print out. Take it to a TrueCar certified dealer near you where you can pick up your new car.
I saved $8,300 on TrueCar.com. TrueCar.com was free.
And we saved a heck of a lot of money.
Took 3 clicks and I knew exactly what I was going to pay for the car that I wanted to buy.
The research is done for you by TrueCar.com.
So log on to the hassle-free, haggle-free, totally free way to buy a new car. That's TrueCar.com.
Illinois and UCLA in the Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl in San Francisco. Tim Beckman's going to take over Illinois, but Vic Koenning was coaching in this one. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott were all on hand. Game played AT&T Park, Giants home stadium. Kevin Preston, Taylor Embry, you want him on that wall. You need him on that wall, but Jim Mora doesn't want anybody to go over that wall anymore. Illinois, a little fake chicanery.
It works for Les Miles.
Well, there's no hat. See, right, that's the problem. Vic Koenning's not wearing a hat.
That's the problem.
UCLA take over on down, 7-0. Oh, UCLA.
That'd be a lack of execution.
Well, they had to have an exemption to get into a bowl game. Perhaps you see why. Kill Evans, after the fumbled snap, be the intended receiver, but he's not the guy who caught it. Terry Hawthorne is. Pick 6.
That was Illinois' first touchdown of the game, and it was not on offense.
Illinois had the lead, 13-7. Nathan Shieldhouse to A.J. Jenkins.
This is a great play for the offense. It's about time they scored offensively for Illinois. And these two hooked up earlier in the season, the first 6 games. They finally got on the same page today.
That was Illinois' second touchdown of the game, and it was not on defense.
But I tell you, it was a good competitive game. It was hard fought. It was well played, very competitive, and you love to see it. It was 2 evenly matched teams. That was good.
Yeah, 2 teams without head coaches that were on the sideline, so the future looks bright for both of these teams.
And Tim Beckman taking over for Illinois. He was on the sidelines watching his new players. Well, we're about to ring out 2011. Still the BCS games to come, but it's been a terrific extended version of Bowl Week so far.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It is all I want to do, bro. Just play ball, Mississippi State, bro.
Looking for the fade to Floyd. Bobbled and caught for the touchdown. Nettleton dives. Touchdown, Ohio. 50-yard field goal is good. Go crazy, Raging Cajuns. Southern Miss blocks the punt for a touchdown.
Throw it anywhere. I'm going to go get it. Just take a look at this.
Mostert, he's going to go. Touchdown, Boilermakers. Wow, and threw it into traffic, and it's picked off. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, California.
Pitch back to the quarterback. Touchdown, Broncos. 49 yards to the All-American.
Baylor going for its first bowl win in almost 20 years. Bright stretching, and he is in for an opening drive touchdown. Griffin out there helping his running back, throwing a block. Salubi scores. And Price looking to throw, and now Price going end zone. Touchdown. Strike the post if you want.
This truly could go to 1,000 total yards.
Great ball fake. Price dives to the end zone. Touchdown, Washington. Just short. No, he got in. Touchdown.
67-56. I mean, this had to be one of the most watched TV games of all time.
Hey, Biggie! Hey, Biggie! This one's for you, buddy!
That might be the best shot of the entire bowl week. I'm sure you know the story. Eric LeGrand, the Rutgers player, former Rutgers player who was paralyzed last season, watching his team take on Iowa State in the new era pinstripe ball, and Greg Schiano calling out to him. Great moment during bowl week. What's your most memorable moment from the bowl so far?
Probably RG3 and his football team, again, putting up 67 points in that game. I thought it was magic offensively. Yes, it was bad defense, but I'm a former offensive lineman. I love to see those plays offensively, those long runs. I love to see the attack of both teams competitively on the offensive side of the ball. I thought that was a very good game. And I know you're over there twisting in your chair because there wasn't defense played in that game, but offense. Come on, it's fun. High scoring.
I like some offense, but I agree with Steve Sarkisian, who fired his entire defensive staff after that game.
There were so many games that I find very interesting, but I thought the Toledo Air Force game with a weird ending, going for 2, having it, not execution, losing it. And here's why I say that. What goes through my mind? Ladies and gentlemen, after the bowl game, you go back to the hotel, you have a room reserved for the players or family, you have a party hors d'oeuvres, etc. I want to tell you, when you win, that place is jammed. I meet people in there I never even saw before in my life. When you lose, you're in there by yourself. Nobody wants to be around. There's a difference between winning a bowl game and losing it, and it's a big difference.
I also thought it was great that Florida State scored 18 unanswered points against Notre Dame. But let's move on.
Now, see, was that nice?
I tell you what.
Happy New Year.
What's new? 2011, 12 doesn't matter.
Well, see, he's had a resolution to be nicer to you next year, but it's not 2012 yet, is it? In the NFL, there will be a winner-take-all game in the NFC East. It'll be the Cowboys and Giants once again. Been great Cowboys-Giants game in the past, including one of the gutsiest performances on memory. Emmitt Smith spoke with Chris Berman about that.
The play was called a draw trap to the right. I come underneath the quarterback, and I get a little trap play, and it was blocked perfectly. And I popped through the hole, found myself in the secondary fairly quick, made the first safety miss, turned to the Giants sideline, and I'm off and running. But Greg Jackson of the Giants jumped on my back, ride me to the ground. My left arm hits the turf, and pow, something just snaps, and I'm in pain. A different kind of pain than I felt before.
Smith is down. Emmitt Smith is down.
I had to mentally take myself to a place that no one else could help me go. And I had to go deep into my own spirit to mentally prepare myself for the pain that I was about to endure.
Much more of Emmitt Smith's conversation with Chris Berman on Sunday NFL Countdown. 3 hours. Starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, they'll set all of the playoff scenarios for you. And it's coming up. Of course, Sports Center gets you started at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Gene Chiswick, Mike London meeting there less than 8 minutes away from kickoff in Atlanta for the Chick-fil-A Bowl.
I joined Match because
I'm a single dad.
I'm new to the area.
Just tired of the bar scene.
It's hard to meet someone when you're always working.
I want to try something new.
Match.com. More dates, more relationships, and more marriages than any other site.
I thought, why not?
Start for free today.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is getting ready to perform the coin toss for the TaxSlayer.com Gator Bowl. Make sure to catch the game at 1 o'clock on January 2nd on ESPN2.
Financial advice is everywhere.
Real, objective investing help.
That's a little harder to find.
But here's what I know. TD Ameritrade doesn't manage mutual funds.
Or underwrite stocks and bonds. Or even publish their own research.
So guidance from TD Ameritrade isn't about their priorities. It's about mine.
Straightforward guidance. That's what makes TD Ameritrade different.
Trade commission-free for 60 days. Plus, get up to $600 when you open an account.
Chick-fil-A Bowl kicks off in just a little bit. One of the major storylines for Auburn. No Michael Dyer tonight. They will have Ontario McCaleb, and they'll be leaning on him.
And he's quick and shifty. He's not as powerful as Dyer, but he's going to be able to carry